Revelio.
Excellent work today. Class dismissed. I take it you're ready to learn your new spell.
I completed your assignment, Professor. I'm ready to learn Bombarda now.
Good. Now, this spell comes with a caveat. It should only be used when necessary. The exploding charm, as you might suspect, can hurt people. Use caution when casting it.
I will, Professor.
I will hold you to that promise. Now, you must be precise in your wand movements. We don't want you blowing your hand off. Go ahead. Nice and steady wand movements. Remember, the exploding charm is highly volatile. Well
Revelio.
done. Now, let us put it into practice, shall we? Go ahead. Try it on the pumpkins.
Bombarda.
Excellent wand work. Cast the spell just like that every time. Assured control. Textbook execution. Bravo.
Confringo. Bombarda. Confringo. Bombarda. Confringo. Bombarda. Confringo.
Excellent. You have it well.
Defender. Revelio. Professor, might I have a moment?
Yes. What is it?
I was wondering what inspired your interest in magical beasts.
Are you considering some sort of profession in the field?
I haven't decided quite yet, but I do find magical beasts fascinating.
You do seem to engage well with the beasts in class. I believe that when choosing a path, particularly of a scholarly nature, one must take into account both one's enthusiasm for a particular subject, as well as how one may best serve the students to whom one is obligated to both inspire and teach.
Of course, Professor. When did your path become clear?
I recall it quite vividly. It was the summer between my 6th and 7th years. I read in the Prophet about a wizard who'd been selling alchemy eggs and disappeared in the mountains near my home. I knew of the alchemy, of course, from my studies, but they are native to lands east of here, such as India. I wondered if it was possible that an alchemy could be so nearby. Hence, I went to find it.
What type of beast is an alchemy?
It is a spectacular beast. A feathered, winged serpent-like creature that can grow or shrink to fit a particular space. Its eggs are made of pure silver, hence the desire to trade in them.
Seems quite a challenge finding an alchemy in the mountains.
It was. After a few days, during which my parents grew increasingly annoyed at my absence, I found what little remained of the wizard egg trader. He was near a tree hollow. And there, inside, was a nest with 7 silver alchemy eggs.
What did you do with them?
Nothing. Beasts are to be valued for what they can provide for wizard kind. Protective clothing, potion ingredients, even wand cores. Only poachers see the value in ending a beast's life for galleons. I left the eggs alone. I hid, and moments later, the beast flew right over my head. Breathtaking. She then seemed to all but disappear as she shrunk to fit into the hollow.
That sounds incredible.
Indeed. I knew in that moment that I needed to understand all that I could about beasts and ensure that wizard kind learned to benefit properly from them. Now, I trust that I have answered your question. You would do well to continue your study of beasts, regardless of your chosen path. Beasts and all that they provide will vastly improve your life, and perhaps one day even save it.
I shall remember that, Professor. Thank you.
Revelio.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented...
Seems a pleasant enough little place.
Revelio.
There's no telling what lies in wait for me and... Well, my feet didn't turn into beets. That's a good start. Should have known a herbologist would use Devil's Snare.
Revelio.
A sarcophagus. That should reverse the curse. Hopefully.
Revelio.
Samantha will be glad to hear that the crest has been returned. I certainly hope it reverses the curse.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
I'm happy to tell you that I returned the crest to Marmaduke's sarcophagus just as you asked.
I thought as much. I received word from St. Mungo's that my brother's feet are back to normal. No more beats. Oh, I cannot thank you enough. It wasn't too much trouble, I hope.
Just a measly old troll, nothing significant.
A troll? Oh dear, I'm so sorry, that's awful. No one has been in that tomb for centuries. But I can't say I'm surprised. Marmaduke seems to have been full of surprises.
Indeed he was.
Well, I suppose I should be going. I'm anxious to see my brother, who must be elated to have his feet back.
Of course, I certainly would be.
William and I are forever in your debt. Thank you again for what you did.
This must be Arranshire. I'd best keep an eye out for spiders.
Descendo! Confringo! Bombarda! Protego! Stupefy! Descendo!
Even more aggressive than I'd expected.
Defindo! Arresto Momentum! Levioso! Crucio! Incendio! Depulso! Stupefy! Incendio! Accio! Protego! Incendio! Lumos! Confringo! Bombarda! Descendo! Expelliarmus! Defendo! Revelio!
Surely that's the last of them. Oh no, this must be Mary. Poor woman. If Mary was breeding these things in her cellar, that means there are more underground. I'll need to destroy every last spider in that cellar if this is to end.
Revelio!
If this is where Mary bred the spiders, they're not here now. Ladder. Not sure I want to know where this leads. This isn't a good sign. These spiders have gone somewhere. I'd best be ready for whatever I may find down there.
Revelio!
Exacts. I need to find and destroy all of these before the situation gets even worse.
Revelio. Confringo.
That's one exact destroyed. I should get the rest.
Protego. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Rependo. Confringo. Descendo. Revelio. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Revelio.
I hate to think that they see me, but I don't see them.
Accio. Incendio. Depulso. Accio. Protego. Stupefy.
Crucial.
Confringo. Bombarda. Rependo. Descendo. Bombarda.
Half finished, but I need to destroy all of the exacts.
Confringo. Revelio. Revelio. Confringo. Confringo. Bombarda. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Accio. Depulso.
Crucial.
Confringo. Descendo. Flipendo. Bombarda. Revelio.
That's the last of the spider sacks. I suppose I know what happened to Mary Portman now. She was breeding the spiders.
Descendo. Flipendo. Confringo. Bombarda. Accio.
I hope that's the last spider.
Accio. Incendio. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Flipendo. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Arresto momentum. Levioso.
Crucial.
Incendio. Accio. Protego. Accio. Depulso. Revelio.
Not my fault.
Revelio.
That's the last one. She's angry.
Accio. Depulso. Confringo. Bombardo. Flipendo. Descendo. Expelliarmus. Arresto Memento. Defendo. Levioso.
Having nightmares for the rest of my life after that.
Expelliarmus. Levioso. Arresto Memento. Defendo.
Crucio.
Incendio. Depulso. Accio. Accio. Incendio. Depulso. Revelio.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
I'm sure you had your reasons, but breaking into Arglwyddi'r home wasn't the brightest idea.
Mr. Dunn, I have some news.
Thank Merlin. About my sweet friend Mary.
It seems poor Mary was breeding spiders in her home for profit, and vastly underestimated their propensity to multiply.
Oh, Mary. What untoward scheme were you involved in? If she needed financial assistance, she could have just come to me. She didn't deserve this. Few do.
I am sorry about your friend, but you'll be relieved to know that I cleared out the spiders. It's safe to return now.
You? You cleared out the spiders? I can't believe it, but I'm certainly relieved. I imagine the first order of business will be to help the amulet rebuild. I suppose I have nothing to fear from dead spiders.
That's the spirit. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you again for all you've done. I shall keep you apprised of the hamlet's rebuilding.
Glad I could be of help, and I look forward to visiting your shop the next time I'm in Arranshire.
To dearly departed Mary.
I'll say it again. Can't thank you enough for helping to save the
Revelio.
village from those trolls.
What sort of thing are we looking for? Nice doing business with you. Thank you for stopping in. Be sure to visit us again soon.
Revelio.
You're the one who took care of that awful acromantula near Arranshire, aren't you? Fine bit of work, that.
Revelio. Revelio.
Welcome. Come on in. Now, where was I? Right. Oh, yes. No one can say I don't keep a
Revelio.
stacked shelf.
Revelio.
Much as they exhaust me, I'm a bit sad my last one's heading to Hogwarts soon.
Sentinels have never had much use for wizard kind, have they?
Let's go! Faster! Go!
Are we?
What style? Revelio. Revelio.
I should let Deke know about the newborn Thestral. Hello, Deke. You'll be pleased to know that a little Thestral was born.
How wonderful to have more Thestrals in our world. Such misunderstood beasts.
I'm sorry that we can both see Thestrals, Deke.
Deke is privileged to see such majestic beasts, but sometimes wishes Deke couldn't. Deke is to blame.
What do you mean, to blame?
Years ago, Deke's master ordered Deke to help him capture a phoenix, the rarest of all beasts, that master had spotted high on a cliff. The phoenix was the most beautiful beast Deke had ever seen. Deke begged master to leave her be. When Deke hesitated to climb up the cliff as ordered, Deke had to punish himself. As Deke punished himself, master grew angrier and angrier, and in his frustration cast at the regal bird. Deke suspects the phoenix was protecting eggs when it swooped down in fear and fury. Before Deke could reach him, master fell from the cliff. Deke stayed on that cliffside for days, punishing himself, before Tobbs found him.
What a horrible tale, Deke. I'm so sorry.
Deke has only told Professor Weasley that story, and now yourself. Deke often wonders what became of that phoenix. Deke feels fortunate to be at Hogwarts now, helping you rescue beasts. Perhaps Deke can make amends for what came before.
Revelio.
I've always said that.
Broadens the mind.
Seems a pleasant enough little place. Revelio. Levioso. Settle yourself. I mean you no harm. Revelio. 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 Revelio.
Revelio.
I don't have anything for this at the moment.
Deke cannot believe how many beasts you have here.
What are you up to now?
Revelio. 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 Descendo. Revelio. Revelio. Incendio. Revelio. Revelio. Accio. Accio. Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Revelio. Incendio. Accio. Revelio. Revelio.
Is Highwing all right? Natty told me what the two of you did.
Highwing's fine. I'm keeping an eye on her. She's safe, Poppy, I promise.
Good. Whatever the poachers are up to, I want Highwing far from it.
You said you had news about the poachers, and that some of it had to do with me.
It did. I overheard them talking in the Hogshead, and did you know that they have orders from Victor Rookwood to capture you on sight? Does this have anything to do with Rookwood and Harlow coming for you in the Three Broomsticks after the troll attack?
It does, somewhat. But at the moment, I'm more concerned about what else you heard the poachers are up to.
Fair enough. But I hope you'll let me know if I can be of help, especially after what you did for Highwing. Does the name Horntail Hall mean anything to you?
I'm afraid not. Why? What is it?
The poachers' best kept secret, apparently. The name came up twice, but they never went into detail. I also overheard one of them bragging about all the gold they're making, at the expense of innocent creatures, undoubtedly. The poachers spoke of this area, and I thought if we searched around a bit, it might give us clues as to what they're doing. If you ever meet my gran, this trip never happened.
Not to worry, Poppy. If I ever meet your gran, I shall not speak a word of this.
I normally tell her everything. She might be my best friend after Highwing, but she knows how I feel about the poachers. I think she worries I'll do something ill-advised.
Whatever gave her that idea?
This way.
Revelio.
A centaur. Tread carefully.
An entire castle to roam, yet you choose to wander here.
Please, we don't want any trouble. We're simply passing through.
Do you take us for fools? That we do not notice more and more of your kind around here, in league with the poachers?
We aren't involved with them. If anything, we want to see them stopped.
I hope for your sake that is true. Our kind is swiftly losing patience with the poachers and those they work with.
He was certainly a charmer.
That could have gone worse. Centaurs aren't exactly fans of wizard kind, and the poachers aren't helping matters.
But why would he think that we had anything to do with poachers?
I did notice the poachers talking with a few villagers in Hogsmeade. I'm not sure why. Perhaps that's why the centaurs are suspicious.
Revelio.
That's the third time I've seen a dugbog behave that violently.
It seems that a lot of beasts have been more aggressive than usual lately.
I've noticed that too. It's almost like there's something in the water. This is odd.
What is it?
Not entirely sure.
Revelio.
Look around. If the poachers were here, perhaps we can find out why.
Why wouldn't they take their cages with them when they left? Pelts. Still smoking. They can't have been gone long. This is goblin metal. Seems out of place in a poacher camp. I should tell Poppy about it.
Anything interesting?
Poachers were here. All sorts of evidence. But I found something else. It's goblin made.
I found goblin armor. Let's keep searching, but carefully. Merlin only knows what's going on here. I don't have a good feeling about this. How do goblin and poacher interests align?
Look, down there.
Definitely poachers. No creatures, though. So what are they doing out here?
Let's take a closer look.
They won't be happy to see us. Should we use disillusionment? Perhaps a less discreet approach.
Revelio. Hard to say from up here. Let's get a better lay of the land.
Betting on the dragon.
There's not a thing worth learning from civilized.
They come after me, they'll rest in 10 graves.
Focus, Totalis.
Hogwarts is very lucky they've got protection charms, if you ask.
Revelio.
If we can't even agree on something amongst ourselves, how on earth are we to forge a plan to defeat our enemies? I put forth a fine approach of how we should proceed, and it's simply ludicrous that I'm being defied at every turn.
Someone messing about.
Cruising. Revelio.
Merlin, you'd think they were guarding the Minister for Magic himself. What is going on here?
Only one way to find out. Reparo. Revelio.
What in Merlin's name?
Are those dragons?
It's a dragon fighting ring. This is Hauntel Hall.
The name makes sense now, and the secrecy.
No wonder the poachers were in Hogsmeade so much. Likely taking bets and spreading the word, given how crowded it is here. How could they possibly enjoy this? The centaurs have every right to be disgusted with wizard kind. There must be more dragons here. The poachers are far too greedy to run a fighting ring with only 2 dragons. We should take advantage of most eyes being in the fight and look around. But be discreet. You especially can't afford to be spotted. Oh, that's a brilliant idea.
Someone over there! Don't know what victim.
It's Totalis. Revelio.
Have you heard from your family? Has either of your brothers come round to our way of thinking? Will they join us?
Nah, I say we go too far. The violence isn't going to get us what we want.
Trivicus Totalis. Revelio. Trivicus Totalis. Revelio.
I shan't be having none of your nonsense.
Did you hear those goblins? Ramrock and the poachers must be working together.
Poppy, something's going on behind you.
What's going on down there? They must have only just captured her. She's putting up quite the fight.
Not a fair one, though. Not with her chained up like that.
Let's even her odds, shall we?
Revelio.
Look, they've got a dragon egg. Hebridean from the looks of it. We can't leave it here, not with the plans they likely have for it.
Aloha Mora. All right, I have the egg.
Ready. The element of surprise will only buy us a few seconds.
Let's make them count.
Careful! Ramrock will want his dragon intact! Don't think you'll get it out of here!
Descender. Descender.
Still! Let me out,
Descender.
Can't roll your way out.
Arresto Momentum Defender. Leviosa. Potato. Stupid break. Depulso. Incendio. Accio.
Loading is in order.
Luma. Potato.
10 points! Let me out, son!
Descender. Flipendo. Revelio.
You're the one we're looking for, ain't you, poor friend? Such malice. My place is worse than my
Miserable weed.
Protego. Stupefy. Stupefy. Stupefy.
I want that back to the dirt, thank you. I need a home.
Let me out, son! Let me out, son! Let me out, son!
Accio. Incendio. Repulsor. Protego. Stupefy. Cruiser. Incendio. Repulsor.
I shall avenge your death. What have you done?
Cruiser. Accio. Revelio.
We don't have time. We need to free her now before more show up.
Accio. This may have been a bad idea.
I suppose we'll find out.
This way!
That was a Hebridean black.
I'm guessing the egg we have belongs to that dragon.
I don't think she knew they had her egg. She wouldn't have left without it.
What now? She didn't exactly leave us a calling card.
I don't know. Nothing about this day was expected. Not the goblins, and definitely not the fighting ring. The last thing I planned on was a dragon egg. And the poachers saw us, which cannot be good.
Should we expect trouble from the poachers, given the trouble we just caused?
It would be foolish not to expect it. They're not a forgiving lot. I'm sorry to say that you likely have a larger target on your back now because of what we just did.
Since the dragon we freed flew off, does that mean we get to keep the egg?
I'd much rather we have it than the poachers, at least for now. But I don't think we should keep it indefinitely. It'll be hard hiding something like this from Professor Weasley for long.
We aren't helping ourselves standing here. Let's get to safety. We can sort this out later.
You're right. If there's anything the poachers are good at, it's tracking their prey. And right now, we're it. Be careful, won't you?
Revelio.
I shall see you back at the castle.
Revelio. Accio. Crucio. Devolso. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Arresto momentum. Arresto momentum. Defendo. Protego. Stupefy. Levioso. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Crucio. Incendio. Accio. Depulso. Confringo. Bombarda. Revelio.
After you've completed the required tasks, which I'm certain will be useful in finishing your field guide, attend my class to learn the new spell. Afterwards, we will discuss your progress thus far in the term.
Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Flipendo. Expelliarmus. Arresto momentum. Defendo. Levioso. Crucio. Depulso. Accio. Revelio. 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 So this is the underground harbour. Revelio. That book, Professor Weasley.
Looking for the book Intermediate Transfiguration?
Professor Weasley asked me to, get something from that book. May I have it?
Did she now? I'll give you this book if you humour me by answering a few questions from my quiz.
Quiz?
Some people call bits of knowledge trivia. I would argue that no knowledge is trivial. Hence, I have created a small quiz, just for fun, focusing mainly on the lore of the wizarding world. None of the other students will try it, no matter how many times I ask. They all say they have enough with schoolwork. Ugh, they don't value knowledge the way I do. Surely you're interested. I'll even start you off with a few of my easiest questions.
A quiz sounds like fun.
Splendid! Just a few questions, and then I'll hand over this book. Let us begin. Before the invention of the golden snitch, which magical creature was used in a game of Quidditch?
The Golden Snidget.
Correct! The Snidget was first introduced to Quidditch in 1269 by a wizard named Barbarous Bragg. Sadly, they're thought to be extinct. Next question. Which potion is commonly referred to as liquid luck?
Felix Felicis.
Well done! Since it makes the drinker temporarily lucky, Felix Felicis is a banned substance in all organised competitions. The tale of the three brothers involves which magical artifacts?
The Deathly Hallows.
Correct. According to Beedle the Bard, the Deathly Hallows consists of the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. Which ball in Quidditch is the largest?
The Bludger.
I'm sorry, but the correct answer was the Quaffle. When a chaser throws the quaffle through one of 3 hoops in a Quidditch match, their team is awarded 10 points. True or false? Polyjuice potion allows the drinker to change species.
False.
Correct. While Polyjuice potion can be used to change things such as age or race, it cannot be used to change species. Well, I suppose this has gone on long enough. I'll put the book back on the pedestal now. If you're inclined to test your knowledge again, I have plenty more questions I could ask you. And I won't be giving you any more easy questions either. The next ones will be more difficult.
I'd like to answer more questions.
What governmental body directly preceded the Ministry of Magic?
The International Confederation of Wizards.
No, that's incorrect. The answer was the Wizards' Council. The Wizards' Council disbanded in 1707 after the creation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, which required a more structured government to support its enforcement. Which dragon breed is the smallest?
The Peruvian Vipertooth.
Brilliant! Though the Vipertooth is the smallest breed, averaging at around 15 feet in length, it is also the fastest breed and feared for its venomous fangs. Who founded the village of Hogsmeade?
Hengist of Woodcroft.
That's right! It is believed that Hengist used the 3 Broomsticks Inn as his home. The hide-behind was accidentally created by crossbreeding a ghoul with what other magical creature?
A Letherfold.
That's incorrect. The answer was a demiguise. While the hide-behind has the power of invisibility, those who have seen it have described it as a tall, thin monkey with silver hair. What is the only spell known to repel a Letherfold?
The Knockback Jinx.
Actually, the answer was the Patronus charm. The only known survivor of a Letherfold attack was a wizard named Flavius Belby, who was on holiday in Papua New Guinea at the time. Who published the law of elemental transfiguration?
Laverne de Montmorency.
That's incorrect. The answer I was looking for was Gamp. One of the principal exceptions to Gamp's law is that food cannot be conjured, though it can be summoned. What does the Hogwarts motto translate to?
Never tickle a sleeping dragon.
Correct! In Latin, the Hogwarts motto is Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus. Which magical creature is the only one known to produce eggs through its mouth?
The Runespore.
That's right! According to Parselmouths, each of the Runespore's 3 heads serves a different function. The left head is the planner, the middle is the dreamer, and the right is the critic. Where is Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry located?
The Pyrenees.
No, Ilvermorny is actually located on Mount Greylock. The American school was founded in the 17th century by Iseult Sayre and James Stewart. What is the most powerful love potion known to wizard kind?
Virus iticerum.
Incorrect. The answer was Amotentia. Amotentia smells differently to every person, according to what they find attractive, such as dusty book covers or... Are you interested in continuing on to the next round? They're my most difficult questions.
Give me your worst.
Wonderful. I do admire your thirst for knowledge. Emmerich the Evil was killed in a duel against whom?
Sir Agravain.
Incorrect. The answer was Egbert the Egregious. Emmerich gained notoriety for terrorizing villages in the south of England during the Middle Ages, when he was the master of the Elder Wand. If a chaser keeps their hand on the quaffle as it goes through the goal, what foul are they committing?
Blatching.
The answer was actually haversacking. Blatching is flying to intentionally collide with a player. Stooging is when two chasers knock the other team's keeper away from the goals so that a third chaser can score. A bite from a mackled malaclaw has the unusual side effect of causing what?
Webbed feet.
No, the answer was bad luck. Native to the European coastline, the effects of a malaclaw's bite can last up to a week. What plant excretes stink sap?
Mimbolus mimbletonia.
Correct. The Mimbolus mimbletonia plant secretes stink sap as a defensive mechanism when touched. The pepper-up potion evolved from a remedy created by which 12th century wizard?
Basil Flack.
That's incorrect. The answer was Limfrid of Stinchcombe. Centuries later, Glover Hipworth would expand on Limfrid's previous work to create the pepper-up potion we know today. In The Wizard and the Hopping Pot, what does the elder wizard leave for his son in the hopping pot?
His wand.
Incorrect. The answer was a single slipper. The story was created by Beadle the Bard, but there are a few versions. I won't spoil what the slipper was for if you haven't read it recently. The Snallygaster is native to which region of the world?
North America.
That's right. The part bird, part reptile is a distant relative of the Occamy and has serrated fangs and a bulletproof hide. Who is the Muggle knight featured in the Fountain of Fair Fortune?
Sir Amset.
No, the answer was Sir Luckless. The three witches in the story are named Asher, Altheda, and Amata. Oh, I adore a story that ends with a twist. The world's largest kelpie is also known by what other name?
The Loch Ness Monster.
Correct. The Office of Misinformation has worked diligently to discredit any Muggle evidence of the kelpie's existence. Who was the first Minister for Magic?
Ulick Gamp.
Yes. Gamp's greatest legacy was the founding of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It outlawed the unforgivable curses. You've answered all of my questions. It's nice to know there's another student who appreciates the value of knowledge. You might not have got very many right, but I'm sure you learned something regardless. Thank you for humouring me by participating. I had a splendid time. I put the book back on the pedestal for you.
Revelio ought to make quick work of this. Professor Weasley's tasks are complete. I should attend Transfiguration.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
My mother would like to speak with me. I believe she has learned about some of what we've been up to. I'm hoping she may be easier on me if you are there.
Can we meet at the Three Broomsticks? It may finally be safe since we rescued the dragon from Horntail Hall.
I heard Professor Weasley transfigured the book with all her test answers into an owl to stop students from cheating.
Settle down, settle down. Transfiguration, as you may be weary of hearing me say, is an exact science that can take a lifetime to master. But we needn't be daunted. Almost anything can be transformed if you can just perceive the potential within it. As I see in all of you, tremendous witches and wizards, every one of you. Or it could just be my eyesight. Now, you all know what to do. Beautifully done.
You wanted to discuss my progress so far this term, Professor?
I did. You seem to have had no trouble in getting up to speed. And frankly, excelling in your schoolwork this year.
Thank you, Professor. The extra assignments have been helpful.
As I suspected they would be. Now, it seems you've been making excellent use of the opportunities presented by your field guide. Of course, the guide isn't the only measure of success. Deke tells me you captured a unicorn and brought it back to the Room of Requirement. Protecting so rare a beast is an accomplishment of which you can be quite proud.
Thank you, Professor.
I will say I'm especially impressed with all you've accomplished in light of the rumors of your extracurricular activities. Was your extended conversation with Mr. Ollivander after you'd obtained your wand, or subsequent search of the owlery, connected in any way to Professor Fig?
Professor Fig has encouraged me to explore when I can in an effort to complete my field guide.
I see. I admire your penchant for learning, but do remember that your classwork and field guide are designed to educate you thoroughly. It'll be the end of the year in no time, and you'll want to be well prepared for your OWLs. I'll provide a final assessment at that time to ensure that you're ready for your exams. Until then, well done. You are dismissed.
Since our visit to Feldcroft, something dawned on me about the triptych. Meet me at the Overlook, just north of the Forbidden Forest, and I'll explain.
My plan with the helmet failed, but I have another idea. I think we may be able to find what we need at a goblin mine south of Hogwarts. Meet me there, and bring someone who speaks gobbledygook.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flute.
Revelio. Revelio. Arresto momentum. Lumos. Revelio. Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus. Leviosa. Defendo. Accio. Incendio. Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Anyone looking for troubles found it in me.
Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. This looks intriguing. Wingardium Leviosa.
Anne is getting worse. If there is any chance that the relic from Slytherin's spellbook can help her, I must find it. I'm requesting your help. Meet me outside of Feldcroft, near the catacomb.
Revelio.
I couldn't wait to get out.
Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Descendo. Flipendo. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. I should investigate. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio.
Time for what?
Revelio.
And where did I set my traps? A bit lower or upper?
Revelio. Confringo. Descendo. Flipendo. Bombarda. Expelliarmus. This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful. Flipendo.
Is that you, Royland? Get over here, you insolent Levioso! Damn you!
Confringo. Descendo. Bombarda. Flipendo.
Levioso! Levioso!
Expelliarmus. Arresto momentum. Revelio. It's shaped Flipendo. Revelio. Flipendo. Revelio. Bombarda. Confringo. Depulso. Revelio. Accio. Depulso. Lumos. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Arresto Momentum. Levioso. Wingardium Leviosa. Confringo. Descendo. Flipendo. Accio. Incendio. Depulso. Reparo. Confringo. Descendo. Bombarda. Flipendo. Expelliarmus. Arresto Momentum. Defendo. Levioso. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Protego. Stupefy. Incendio. Crucio. Accio. Expelliarmus. Arresto Momentum. Defendo. Levioso. Revelio. Revelio. Who lived here, I wonder?
Perhaps I was the fool to listen to you. Perhaps it's me own decision.
Is that the best?
You snuffed out Iona Morgan's future, you whelp. Notice you ain't wearing that
Expulso!
We had plans for that hippogriff you stole.
Protego! What are you focusing on?
Electricity.
Placing you!
A miserable bastard. You will not survive this.
Incendio!
There'll be more of that.
Flash of inspiration! Expulso!
No matter how many of us you
Levioso!
will keep coming.
Expelliarmus! Incendio! He was walking too slow. Expulso! Might want to look up. Incendio!
This one packs a punch.
Expulso!
Am I supposed to be impressed that you've defeated a few trolls?
Well, I'm quite conducted, aren't we?
Confringo! Protego!
Expulso!
Revelio.
Death from above!
Expelliarmus! Leviosa!
Expulso! Now you've gone too far.
Incendio! Accio! Depulso!
Protect
Glacius! Revelio! Wait till Sebastian hears about this. An Ashwinder. Wonder who lives here. Expelliarmus! Depulso! Crucible! Arresto Moment! Expelliarmus! Levioso! Defindo! Accio! Incendio! Depulso! Revelio! Descendo, Bombardo, Flipendo. Potato. Confringo. Revelio. Levioso. Flipendo. Levioso. Flipendo. Revelio. Expelliarmus! Arresto Momentum! Defendo! Protego! Levioso! Crucio! Revelio! Revelio. Expelliarmus! Arresto Momentum! Expelliarmus! Defendo! Levioso! Flipendo! Protego! Descendo! Confringo! Bombarda! Descendo! Stupefy! Protego! Stupefy! Revelio! Flipendo! Descendo! Stupefy! Expelliarmus! Arresto Momentum! Defendo! Levioso! Crucio! Incendio! Confringo! Descendo! Bombardo! Protego! Stupefy! That was a close one. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. This looks intriguing. Revelio. Revelio. Confringo.
Careful not to get Incendio! Confringo! Is it you? What did I ever do to you? Incendio! You've put quite a few of my friends. Where's that goblin helm, you little thief? Incendio! How does that go? Incendio! Now you're just getting across.
Not so tough now, are ya?
It's you who interfered with us and that woman, isn't it?
Accio. Incendio.
One plum!
Stop that crucio!
Accio. Depulso. Incendio. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Flipendo. Revelio.
Enjoy suffering, do you? You won't survive this. That's the student who released Oaks.
Crucial.
Never seen it.
Depulso.
Won't get away with that. That's stupid.
Accio. Crucial. Depulso. Incendio. Confringo. Accio.
That's an avenge death.
Incendio. Depulso. Accio. Crucial. Bombarda. Descendo. Revelio. Ranrock has fooled you all. To your Revelio. Confringo. Defendo. Levioso. Accio. Depulso. Flipendo. Descendo. Levioso. Defendo. Revelio. Depulso. Revelio. Protego. Stupid. Depulso. Accio. Incendium. Crucio. Confringo. Stupefy. Descendo. Bombardo. Flipendo. I know you're the one
Protego.
who stole our
Confringo. We've been looking for you.
Stupefy.
You shouldn't go about stealing goblins stolen by others now, should you?
Stupefy. Revelio. Confringo. Bombarda.
I know what
Descendo.
you did to Iona Morgan, and I'll not forget it.
Confringo. Revelio.
Never anything quite
Out. That was pitiful.
Was that your best?
You won't be able to stop. You're the one who released Oaks. There's the students from the town. You seem faster than dark magic.
I won't rest. Dead.
Bombarda.
You've been...
Confringo. Descendo. Flipendo. Potato. Stupefy. Expelliarmus.
Those astute. That was unimpressive.
Bombarda. Revelio.
One less human to worry about.
That's the student who uses strange magic.
Confringo. Max. Protego. Expelliarmus. Depulso.
Enjoy suffering, do you?
Accio.
Weak human.
Depulso. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Arresto Momentum. Defendo. Levioso. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo.
And utterly pitiful.
Protego. Descendo. Flipendo. Expelliarmus. Arresto Momentum. Defendo. Levioso. Depulso. Accio. Crucial. You are... Accio. Depulso. Revelio. Revelio. Accio. Levioso. Flipendo. Descendo. Confringo. Bombarda. Flipendo. Descendo. Confringo. Crucial. Accio. Incendio. Depulso. Revelio.
I see you! Levioso!
You're the little sod that saved Treadwell.
Protego!
Stop spinning around like a...
Levioso! Levioso! Levioso!
You enjoy stealing hippogriffs, do you? Nothing more than luck. Thought we'd forget about that goblin helm you stole.
Accio. Incendio. Revelio. This place has seen better days. Depulso. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Confringo! Descendo! Bombarda! Flipendo! Expelliarmus! Arresto Momentum! Protego! Defendo! Levioso! Crucio! Accio! Depulso! Incendio! Expelliarmus! Arresto Momentum! Defendo! Levioso! Expelliarmus, Defendo. Arresto Momentum. Levioso. Crucio. Accio. Incendio. Depulso. Accio. Crucio. Depulso. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Descendo. Protego. Expelliarmus, Defendo, Arresto Moment, Levioso, Crucio, Incendio, Revelio,
Rock Burrow.
Want him? Stop!
Better be a beast.
Protego!
You killed our Iona. Skilled poacher she was.
Stupid. It is.
Incendio! Do you feel a burning sensation?
A puff steam.
Was that meant to be an attack? We had
Incendio!
you stole.
Marvelous. Thought we'd forget about that goblin helm you nicked. Protego!
Hope you're not doing it. They say you're hard to hit.
Confringo!
Glacius,
What have you done?
Confringo, Bombarda, Descendo, Flipendo, Expelliarmus, Defendo, Arresto Momentum, Levioso, Protego, Stupefy,
Give that back! Should I
Defendo, Revelio. Your poaching days are... I should investigate. Revelio.
Do with a nice mushroom stew about now. You will regret coming here.
Protego, Stupefy, Expelliarmus. Arresto Momentum, Defendo, Levioso, Stupefy, Crucio, Incendio, Accio, Depulso, Glacius, Confringo, Bombarda, Descendo, Rependo, Revelio. Your blood. Revelio. Revelio.
Do you really think you can best me?
Protego.
Avoiding
Guardian Leviosa. Glacius. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Flipendo. Revelio.
Protego! You haven't got a hold still!
Incendio!
Going to use your special projector!
So, what did I own at? Leviosa.
Projector! Help you!
Arresto momentum. Arresto momentum.
Rise and fire!
Accio.
Expulso!
Leviosa.
Don't move! You haven't the natural!
Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus.
You fell like goblin. No.
Defender. Leviosa.
I'd be impressed. No, don't.
Think you're clever, don't you? But you won't.
I've had enough of this.
Crucible. Incendio. Repulsor. Glacius. Confringo. Potato. Stupefy. Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Perhaps some nice flowers will grow on your ashes. Petrificus totalis!
You're the one who released Treadwell, aren't you? That was a mistake.
Stupefy.
Hard to beat.
I'll get you for one. This is your first. You're the one who stole our hippogriff. You're about to regret that.
Arresto momentum.
Look what you've done!
Expelliarmus. Crucible. Accio.
It's the one who took the goblin helm.
Incendio.
It's really ours.
Capulso.
Afraid of a fair fight. Expulso!
Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo.
Surprise! You're not fighting trolls. What are you for?
Expelliarmus. Arresto Memento. Defendo. Levioso.
Trificus is a coward.
Crucible. Revelio. Revelio.
I'm embarrassed for you. Somebody enjoys her biology class.
Too hard. I know you don't bargain them.
Protego.
You killed our Iona.
Skill over Bringo. Bringo. Descendo. Bombarda. Stupendo. Incendio.
Afraid to take it.
Oh, it's actually quite beautiful.
You may want to prove. I shall get that goblin helm back. Hopefully.
Confringo. Stupendo. Bombarda. Stupendo.
You dare slay one of my own!
Descendo. Stupendo.
I never
Confringo.
That was
Stupefy. Descendo. Stupefy. Bombarda.
No, it's a bit like
Expelliarmus. Arresto Memento. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Levioso. Crucible.
Oh, no, you don't.
Accio.
Drink.
You're a bit dodgy with your skills, aren't you, sweetheart?
Incendio. Accio. Capulso.
Too hard. You try hunting.
Confringo.
What?
Bombarda. Descendo. Rependo.
This is you.
Confringo. Protego.
You'll have to fight it then.
Descendo. Rependo. Descendo. Bombarda. Rependo. Descendo. Stupefy. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Arresto Memento. Defendo. Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
What? Last time I was in Lower Oxfield.
Depulso.
What? Treadwell nearby again?
Mike,
I know you're the one who stole. Notice you ain't wearing that goblin helmet you stole. You're luck.
Expelliarmus.
I'll have taken your... I'll have taken...
Stupid.
Expulso! Quite conductive, aren't we?
Accio.
Expulso!
Incendio. Depulso.
Expulso!
Stupefy. Crucio.
Make it stop! Expulso!
Potato. Stupefy. Depulso. Incendio.
Joe's
Accio.
Expulso!
Confringo. Cassendo. Bombarda. Flipendo.
What are your faults, son?
Wingardium Leviosa. Crucio. Accio. Incendio. Depulso.
Ah, stupendous!
Confringo. Cassendo. Bombarda. Revelio. Revelio.
I'm most
Revelio.
pleased to be included.
Revelio. Confringo. Flipendo. Descendo. Bombard. Protego. Stupefy. Confringo. Bombarda. Flipendo. Revelio. 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 This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful. Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Better than that by now. We've all told you before, and look what happens when you don't listen.
An intruder!
Revelio. Revelio.
Easily diverted. Your acrobatics will only postpone you.
Arresto momentum. Protego. Levioso. Defender. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Arresto momentum.
Spells glance off at the
Stupid one. Levioso. Defender. Protego. Stupid one.
Nothing more than luck.
Stupid one. Expelliarmus. Arresto momentum.
Avoid problem.
Defender. Levioso. Protego. Stupid one.
Why don't you come on?
Expelliarmus.
I want to...
Levioso. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo.
Why can't I hit you?
I want my
Stupid one.
What have you done?
Incendio. Accio. Depulso. Incendio. Revelio. Incendio. Revelio.
Dying, are we? The wizard will be defeated.
Revelio.
Oh, little moon card.
Flipendo. Arresto momentum. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Accio. Depulso. Protego. Stupid one.
I've been fighting since before you were born.
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
An intruder!
Revelio. 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 Aloha Mora. Revelio. Revelio.
Potato! Reducto!
Expulso.
The castle.
Revelio. 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 Revelio.
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
I see you.
Revelio. Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this. Revelio. These rocks have seen better days. Revelio. 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 Revelio.
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
I
I'd like to ask you about changing the room's ambience.
Of course. What sort of overall look most appeals to you?
Actually, perhaps another time. Revelio. There's no telling what lies in... Revelio!
You're here. Good.
Sebastian, that relic you mentioned...
I believe one of Slytherin's students stumbled upon the relic during an assignment to study sarcophagi in this catacomb. From what I read in a report by the student, they weren't permitted to take it with them, so I must assume it's still here. As I mentioned earlier, this relic grants its holder the power to reverse dark magic curses. If it's in this catacomb, I have to find it. For Anne. I need to see her.
I'd be interested to know what else the student discovered.
Have a look. Unfortunately, there's no name on it, but I suspect if it was important enough for Slytherin to stash in his spellbook, it's worthy of further study.
I'm ready to explore the catacomb. Perhaps we can visit Anne when we've finished.
Perfect. By the way, Ominous has been asking about you. You didn't tell him what we were doing, did you?
I didn't. I promise.
Good. Ominous would be livid if he knew what we were about to do. I'll be interested to compare what lies inside to what I've read about this catacomb.
Revelio! Revelio!
I'm sure that foul smell is the scent of success. Try not to lose your nerve just yet.
Confringo! Descendo! Depulso! Dindo! Accio! Incendio! Crucio! At least now we know we're not alone in here.
Perhaps that's it.
Revelio!
The rest of the tomb will be insect-free.
Yeah, spiders aren't insects.
Don't start. We're here for a reason. I'd say opening them all is justified.
Incendio! Accio! Wingardium Leviosa! Leviosa!
This room is taller than it looks.
Revelio!
Finding a chest in an inconspicuous loft. Brilliant.
Accio! Depulso! Incendio!
We've rid the world of another spider.
Revelio!
I shall sleep better tonight.
Depulso!
Watch your step. I nearly slipped there.
Accio! Depulso! Crucio! Incendio! Revelio!
All this
Accio! Wingardium Leviosa!
Feels like a tomb. I've read about
Confringo!
catacombs that uncovered
Revelio!
habits and ran into problems. Often cave.
Confringo! And then we're abandoned.
Exactly. We'll
Revelio! Confringo! Revelio. Accio. Revelio.
Now this is the sort of great room I want to be buried in.
Surrounded by grandeur.
Grandeur and then some. Even an altar with a pile of bones. Lovely.
Accio! Bones outside a sarcophagus. Seems odd. Incendio. Lumos. Confringo. Revelio. Accio. Revelio. There's something here by the altar.
What did you find?
Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Incendio. Depulso. Revelio. Accio. We're in the tomb. I assume eerie sounds come with the territory. We've made it this far, but clearly we have more to do. Accio. Incendio. Confringo. Bombarda. I need to find a safe way across. Accio. Revelio. Bombarda. Confringo. Revelio. Lumos. Accio. Lumos. Accio. Lumos. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Lumos. Accio. Lumos. Accio. Lumos. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Confringo. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Rickety bone bridge complete. Depulso. Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Looks like part of a student's diary. It mentions plans to return for the relic and conjuring barricades using bones.
Of course. The student's summary referenced a space beyond the Great Room, which means this can't be a dead end. Let's divide and conquer. You work on sorting out the bone barricades, I'll look around and see what we missed. Hold on to that diary entry. There may be more to it.
It does mention something else. It says their next assignment was learning the Imperius Curse.
Really? Interesting. We need to focus on moving beyond this room. But let me think for a moment.
Do you think the pages were left here on purpose?
Slytherin mentioned a student who excelled in charms and always carried a satchel stuffed full of notes. They might have been left on purpose, or the student may have simply dropped them.
Of course. I'll start to search for those barricades.
Brilliant. There's more to
Revelio.
this than even I imagined. Look, bones stacked holding on either side of this archway.
Leave no stone unturned. Or in this case, no bone.
That's a lot of bone rattle.
Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio.
You've done it! I knew we'd get through. I felt it in my bones.
Nice.
Before we trudge on further, I've just realized something. The student's diary mentions the Imperius Curse. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to need it here. It's an unforgivable, but useful when you're outnumbered. Places the victim completely under the caster's control. So, if you'd like to learn Imperio, I can teach you.
Shouldn't I know more about what the curse entails?
Remember the blasting curse? Same idea, except when it comes to unforgivable curses, your intention has to be clear. You have to mean it.
Where did you learn the Imperius Curse?
I taught myself. Don't tell Ominous that I've told you. It's not exactly something I can brag about, but it may come in handy. I think you ought to know it.
It's probably wise to know the spell.
I couldn't agree more. A spell that could save your life shouldn't be unforgivable. You have a lot at stake. You have an ability that evidently no one's seen for centuries. Focus your wand movement. It's not an easy spell to master. There we go. Something troubling ahead. Be on your guard.
Revelio.
Confringo.
Imperial.
Divindo.
Crucial. Accio. Deborso. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Depulso.
Another barricade.
Revelio.
Considering how well you did on the last one, this should be a cinch.
Accio. How gracious of you.
I try.
Revelio. Accio.
This looks different than what we faced before.
Revelio.
Now we're also dealing with rune symbols.
Accio.
That worked. Keep going.
Revelio.
Descendo!
Confringo.
Confringo!
Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio.
You are head and shoulders above these foes. Nicely done.
Bombarda. Revelio. Confringo. Imperio. Crucio. Accio. Depulso. Sendo. Defender. Expelliarmus. Arresto Momentum. Confringo. Levioso. Potato. Stupefy. Bombarda. Confringo. Arresto Momentum. Expelliarmus. Defender. Levioso. Imperio. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Descendo. Flipendo. Bombarda.
Never knew spiders could make such a mess.
Bit dramatic, isn't it? Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Revelio. Accio. Confringo. I doubt anyone's been here in quite some time. Revelio. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Descendo. Flipendo. Arresto Momentum. Defendo. Accio. Depulso. Revelio.
I see why Slytherin's student was so entranced with this place.
Defendo. Confringo. Sendo.
Accio. Depulso. Revelio.
Descendo.
Imperio. Crucio. Accio. Descendo.
Expelliarmus, Finger, Arresto Momentum, Levioso, Confringo, Bombarda, Protego, Stupefy. Stupefy.
For a moment there, I thought that'd never end.
Revelio. Confringo. Revelio.
Accio. Dead end. Lovely. All that for nothing.
Hold on. Don't give up yet.
Sebastian! The relic! Look! Could it be? Revelio.
The note and rendition of the relic. It matches. This must be where the student left the relic.
I can't believe it. After all this, it lines up. We've really found it.
What do you suppose is meant by the dark sacrifice required to realize the relic's potential?
I have no idea, but we're here for the relic.
I'm willing to ignore what the journal entry says. We're taking the relic.
Agreed. This is meant to be. For Anne's sake, I'm taking it. Let's get to Feldcroft. I must keep this relic secret, especially from my uncle. Ominous. Dead end. Lovely. All that for
Accio.
Hold on. Don't give up yet.
Sebastian! The relic! Look! Could it be? Revelio.
The note and rendition of the relic. It matches. This must be where the student left the relic.
I can't believe it. After all this, it lines up. We've really found it.
What do you suppose is meant by the dark sacrifice required to realize the relic's potential?
I have no idea, but we're here for the relic.
The note advises to leave the relic alone.
I assure you, we were meant to find this. For Anne's sake, I'm taking it. Let's get to Feldcroft. I must keep this relic secret, especially from my uncle. Ominous. Ominous. The sounds we kept hearing. It was you.
You gave me no choice. I had to follow you. Sebastian, please, leave the relic alone. We can find another way to help Anne.
I'm sorry, Ominous, but I'm taking it.
No, you're not. If you won't put it back, then I will.
Hold on, both of you. Sebastian, please, take a step back.
Fine, but Ominous knows I won't step back from a fight.
Can't believe this.
How much did you hear?
Everything. I was glad to hear you tell Sebastian to leave the relic. We need to stand together. Convince Sebastian this is wrong.
And if nothing will change his mind?
Something has to. I need your help.
You're right. This seems far riskier than Sebastian realizes.
Good. We're agreed. We don't allow him to leave here with the relic.
I do think we should talk to him, but I fear we won't stop him from taking the relic.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting we negotiate. We allow Sebastian to leave with the relic under one condition. After this, no more.
I feel that's what we agreed to in the scriptorium. I'm being taken for a fool.
You're not, Ominous. This may be the only way to keep your friendship intact. Let's trust him to know what's best.
Fine. If I trust him on this, I'm trusting you too. The dark arts seem harmless until it's too late. Go then. Leave with the relic. I'll not say a word more.
Revelio.
I hope I don't regret this.
Sebastian, we're ready.
What is it? I haven't changed my mind.
Ominous has. Let's go.
What? Ominous?
I'll explain on the way. Come on. Expelliarmus! Revelio. Ominous and I found a compromise.
Ominous simply change his mind. Is that it?
I told him we ought to give you this chance, that the relic is too important to ignore.
There has to be more to it than that. Tell me.
We agreed on what was needed, Sebastian. You have my word.
I never wanted to keep all this from Ominous. He just...
Revelio!
doesn't understand. And I didn't want to worry him all over again. As we were leaving, Ominous wouldn't even acknowledge me. That's not like him.
He was troubled, Sebastian. Even though we agreed to it all, it's been a lot to take in.
I thought he understood. He knew we couldn't give up. All of this is too important. For Anne. I'd rather Anne not know what had to be done to get this relic. She thinks like Ominous. It'd only upset her. This isn't good.
What is it?
Smoke! Over there, by the hamlet.
Let's hurry. Expelliarmus, arresto momentum.
Keep out of short reach!
Levioso, Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Defender, Levioso, arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo, Descendo.
You will not win here.
Stupefy. Bombarda. Stupefy.
We'll make them retreat.
I'll kill you!
Descendo. Confringo. Defender.
I'm tackling it!
Pitiful. Bombarda. Descendo. Flipendo. Confringo.
Expelliarmus!
There's nowhere to go.
Boy! What have you done?
Saved my sister.
With an unforgivable curse. From that damned book, no doubt. Your father would be ashamed. You've gone too far, Sebastian. Stay away from her. From all of us.
What did my uncle expect me to do? The Imperious curse saved Anne's life. That goblin was going to kill her.
There was little time to react, but it was an unforgivable curse.
I acted in the moment. That's all. I shall make my uncle see reason. He cannot banish me from my own home, from my sister.
It might be best to let him calm down a while. May I speak to him? Perhaps I can help to ease the tension a bit.
You may be right. Very well. Probably best if I get away from here for a while. I'll head back to Hogwarts.
What was he thinking?
Pardon me, Mr. Sallow.
What Sebastian did was inexcusable. You cannot possibly be about to defend him.
Sebastian acted rashly, but he acted out of instinct to save Anne.
Out of instinct? With an unforgivable curse? This family does not resort to using dark magic even against our enemies. What Sebastian did cannot be undone. That you are defending Sebastian's behavior at all tells me everything I need to know. You are as guilty as he is. Sebastian is to come nowhere near Feldcroft, nowhere near Anne. Unforgivable curses are so named for a reason. If I hear that either of you continues down this path, if either of you uses dark magic, I will notify the headmaster immediately. Why, Sebastian?
Revelio.
Off on another adventure, are we?
So frustrating. You wanted to speak with me, Mother?
I had hoped to speak with you alone, Natsai.
Your message mentioned your concern about an unusual creature that was spotted in the woods near Hogsmeade. That could have been anything.
You know what it was, Natsai.
I am allowed to leave the castle. I am always careful, Mother.
Careful? Officer Singer disagrees. She sent me an owl telling me that you have been trying to collect evidence of some kind against dark wizards. She berated me for not keeping a closer eye on you, And she is right. I do not want you visiting Hogsmeade for the near future.
But Mother!
My little gazelle, you are well-intentioned, but you must not meddle in the affairs of dangerous people.
If someone had meddled in Matabeleland, Father would still be with us.
I must get to class. Perhaps your friend can get you to listen to reason.
So frustrating. She never listens to me.
She called you her little gazelle. Is that a term of endearment where you're from?
It is specific to me. I am the unusual creature in Hogsmeade she mentioned. Self-transfiguration is not taught at Hogwarts, so I am gently discouraged from practicing it. However, I am an animagus, and it is in my gazelle form that I have been able to wander the Highlands rather freely until now, much to my mother's chagrin. That is how I managed to spy on Rookwood and Harlow.
How does it feel to transform into an animal?
Well, the first time, it can be a bit unnerving. I felt a kind of searing pain and a strong double heartbeat. But it gets easier the more you do it. I no longer feel any pain, and I must say, I find a sense of comfort in the double heartbeat. And I love being able to view the world from a different perspective.
Can you choose what form your animagus will take?
Oh no, a person's animagus form is determined by their personality. My mother is convinced that my form is a gazelle because I adapt well to any situation. I believe it is because I can sense danger and keep my wits about me.
Now the nickname makes sense. What an extraordinary ability to have.
It is. I love transforming, but Mother is less enthusiastic about it. She says that no creature, especially one as rare as a gazelle, should be bounding about where poaching has become so prevalent. She claims that she has foreseen tragedy befall me in my gazelle form. But she has used her sight to control me too many times. I no longer believe it.
She's concerned for your safety. It may be best for you to stay away from Hogsmeade for now.
That may be safe, but I do not believe that it would be best. Do you? You could have fled the moment you discovered that Rookwood, Harlow, and Ranrock were after you, but you did not. I choose to act as you have. I must deal with Rookwood and Harlow, not hide from them. My mother cannot know where I am all the time. Thank you for being here during that rather awkward conversation.
There's only one common room that everyone wishes they could get in, and that's Hull.
You can't imagine how inconvenient. Before I invented flu powder.
Revelio.
Did you speak with my uncle?
I wish I had better news about your uncle and Anne.
Well, what did he say?
I'm afraid he wants you nowhere near Feldcroft. Nor Anne.
I had to stop that goblin from killing my sister. He had no right to banish me from my own twin. If he thinks banishing me means I'm going to give up on Anne, he's sorely mistaken.
He also said he cannot excuse the use of dark magic in any form, and that if he hears of either of us using it, he'll go straight to Professor Black.
Huh. That relic, dark magic or not, is the key to saving Anne. To reverse that curse. I will not lose Anne for good. I should send the crest to Anne. She'll know that we need to meet.
I'm afraid I don't follow.
Nothing, just a thought. Now I'm more determined than ever to learn what power that relic has.
What did you mean you'd send Anne a crest so that she'd know to meet you?
We just lost our parents, and we were packing up to go and live with Solomon. We couldn't take everything. She was carefully organizing her prized possessions, a box of artifacts she'd collected to do with our family. Jewelry, cards, old photographs. She got to her favorite, a handmade crest, and when I was at second thought, she handed it to me. "This will keep you safe," she said. "It holds no enchantment, but I've kept it with me since. That's how I can reach Anne. I'll get the crest to her with plans to meet."
Be careful, Sebastian. Your uncle could intercept it. We'll be expelled.
Even if Ominous is upset with us, he has no love lost for his family. He'd use their connections to the headmaster if we needed his help.
I shall wait to hear from you then.
Thank you. I very much appreciate you standing by me through all of this. I'll send you an owl when I have news.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
I'm sure you had your reasons.
Over here.
This is a change of pace from our last outing.
Don't remind me. The thought of that tent still makes my blood boil. I've been thinking about those poor dragons in the fighting ring. The collars they were wearing, they appeared to be goblin silver. I think a collar is precisely what we found at that poacher camp. I've never known poachers to use anything like that before.
The dragon that attacked my carriage was wearing a collar, and Professor Fig was genuinely baffled by its behavior.
That attack always did strike me as a little strange, seemingly coming out of nowhere. Surely you aren't suggesting that the collars somehow control the poor creatures?
Exactly.
Merlin, I don't think the dragon we set free was wearing a collar, but we should check. And if we can find her, we can return her egg.
That's a good idea. We need to see this through.
I'll start looking into it right away. There was something else that I wanted to discuss with you. I didn't want to press it before. It seems I may have caused you more trouble with Victor Rookwood. Why is he after you?
Rookwood is working with Ranrock, and Ranrock is after something I found at Gringotts. Fig had a portkey that led us there after the dragon attack. It's a bit of a long story, and Fig had asked that I not speak of it yet.
Goodness. Well, that certainly helps to shed light on what we saw at the tent. Don't worry, I'll guard your secret as if it were my own. I shan't press for more details. In fact, I should probably be going. I'd like to track that dragon down as soon as I can. I'll let you know when I have news of her location.
Revelio. Confringo!
You're back. Nice to see you again. What are we looking for today? Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again.
It's not like her to forget.
I didn't keep you waiting, did I?
Not at all. I was just at the post office. Gran told me to expect a package, but it looks as if she forgot to send it. She didn't send me an owl this week either. Perhaps she's busy with her research.
What kind of research is she doing?
It varies from week to week, but it's always to do with creatures. Last week she was studying leg knots in plimpies.
What was she sending you?
Only some feed she's been developing. I was going to give it to Professor Howen for the measles.
What did you find out about the dragon you were tracking?
I realised that she didn't know the poachers had her egg, so when she left Horntail Hall, she would have headed straight to her nest. I went back to the tent and tracked her flight.
How do you track a dragon long after she's gone?
Tree canopies, burn marks, things like that.
Well done. You certainly know what you're doing.
I can't be certain, but I have an idea of one place she may have been heading. I thought we might go and see it for ourselves.
Of course. Shall we leave now?
If that's all right. I want to see how she's faring if she had a collar on. And she's likely frantic about her egg. Here we are. I do think this is where we'll find her. The terrain's typical of where the breed would nest. I suspect it's how the poachers found her to begin with. They likely camped here and logged her patterns. Perhaps nabbed her first and then her egg. Dragons are hard enough to wrangle, let alone maternal ones.
You got all of that from simply standing here?
You'd be surprised how easy it is to think like a poacher. Shall we see if she's home? We only need to return her egg.
That sounds straightforward enough.
We should be in and out. Then we can be finished with the poachers once and for all.
If you're right about finding her here, how do we go about returning the egg?
Her nest will likely be in the heart of her den, which she will be keeping guard over. It might also be more charred than anywhere else, I imagine.
I don't suppose you've thought about keeping it, have you?
No. It belongs to her. Keeping it will make me just as bad as the poachers.
Well then, let's find our dragon and return her egg.
Wonderful. If she sees us flying about, she might take it as a sign of aggression or food. We should stay on foot.
Revelio!
Oh, and one more thing. Let's not agitate her. Goodness knows she's been through enough already. I'm ready when you are. There she is, above us. She did make it home safely. Oh, good. It looks as if she wasn't collared like the other dragons. her egg.
Revelio. For what it's worth, she doesn't seem to have spotted us yet.
Let's hope it stays that way. At least until we've done what we came to do.
Confringo! Descendo! Confringo! Descendo! Revelio! How charming. They keep in touch with each other. Reparo.
Fantastic.
There she is again.
She's breathtaking.
From a distance.
I wonder how good her eyesight is.
I beg your pardon?
I don't imagine the poachers from a distance, we probably look exactly like sheep to her. Hebrideans love sheep.
How lucky for us. What's your step?
She must have been starved to pick off a graphorn.
Or just raring for a fight. Revelio.
Quiet, what was that? Well, there's no turning back now. We don't
Revelio.
Watch out! It's her domain. She'll make sure we know it. Keep at it. We've just got to make it to the next.
Oh, she isn't making it easy.
Not a warm welcome.
I don't suppose she listened to reason.
Get to that opening below her.
Revelio.
She's leaving! Quickly!
Brilliant. Reparo. Revelio.
There's the nest. We're almost there. Why is every breath? Now, if we just return her egg, we can hopefully make it out. That was brilliant! And did you see how clever? She left us perfectly unharmed.
Creatures are a lot cleverer than most people realize.
That's what Gran always says. The important thing is that we survived it, and we returned her egg. Thank you for doing this with me. Wouldn't blame you one bit if you wanted to head back to the castle and never think about dragons again.
Shall we head back? I'm ready if you are.
I am. After our dragon rescue at Hauntel Hall, I half expect to be ambushed by poachers any time I'm not in the castle.
Understandable. We did sabotage their fighting ring and steal a dragon egg from them.
True. So why haven't they come after us? It's not like them to let things lie. Unless
what?
Unless they haven't let things lie. Oh no, I can't believe I didn't see it. We need to leave. I need to send an owl. How could I have been so blind?
Revelio.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Revelio.
I thought my owl might pique your interest.
Oh good, you're safe.
There you are. You were in such a state when you left.
The poachers got to my gran. Someone recognized me in Hauntel Hall and they got to her.
What do you mean? Is she all right?
She's fine, thank goodness. But they were at her house, our house. They assumed I'd sent the egg there. She said they took the whole place apart looking for it, screaming that we'd cost them everything.
I'm sorry, Poppy. I'm glad she's all right. I don't think either one of us could have anticipated that.
I should have known. I underestimated the poachers. And now another creature's in danger.
What do you mean?
The poachers refused to leave empty-handed, so they took valuable journals that Gran had discovered when she was researching rare creatures. One of them contained theories about a secret hiding place of the Snidget, long thought to be extinct.
Where exactly are these Snidgets allegedly hidden?
Gran says the journals were a bit cryptic, which is good. Perhaps the poachers won't be clever enough to find the birds. From what she recalls, the journals only noted that the key to finding them lay in the moonlight. Gran thinks it can be narrowed down to a handful of locations.
Why would Snidgets be valuable to poachers?
They could make more money with Snidgets than they ever would have fighting dragons. The golden Snidget's feathers and eyes are incredibly valuable. That's why they're believed to be extinct. They were hunted out of existence by wizard kind. If the poachers found some now, I can't bear to think about the horrific way they'd be bred and killed for profit.
Exactly what kind of creature is a Snidget?
It's a small bird with golden feathers. It's incredible. It has rotational wings that allow it to dart quickly in any direction. In fact, the golden snitch in Quidditch is based on the Snidget, which barbarically was actually used in the sport hundreds of years ago.
I take it you aren't going to let the poachers anywhere near the Snidgets.
Gran wants me to stay out of it, but I know she's devastated that poachers might go after the Snidgets, if they still exist. We had the element of surprise on our side when we saved that dragon, but the poachers will be watching for us now.
We need allies. Others who hate the poachers enough to help us, who value creatures as much
Merlin's beard! You're a genius! The centaurs! They'd want the Snidgets protected at all costs.
Sounds as if we need to go and talk to the centaurs.
We'll need to be careful in how we approach them. Tensions with them are high. Still, I think they may be our only hope. Let me think on it. I'll let you know as soon as I have a plan.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Seems a pleasant enough little place.
Revelio. Confringo. Bombarda. Revelio.
I thought my owl might...
I came as soon as I could.
I'd been so preoccupied by all that happened with Ominis in the catacomb, not to mention my uncle's reaction, that I'd almost forgotten what it was that struck me about that triptych. This is the view painted on the canvas that was left on it.
That's incredible. You know this area well.
And while I was waiting for you, I scouted around and discovered an abandoned mine nearby, surrounded by Ranrock's loyalists.
Do you think there's a connection to the triptych?
I've no idea. But perhaps they're searching it, the way they did Rookwood Castle and Isidora's Manor. How do we want to handle this?
We need to see what they're doing, but let's not draw their attention.
Very well.
And I still have that rune symbol we found on the triptych. If there is a connection, I suspect we'll see that symbol again.
After you.
Revelio.
There they are up ahead.
I'll let you lead.
Reparo.
Silent as a grave. No one
Revelio.
Kill anyone who tries.
Ranrock's loyalists are out for blood.
Petrificus totalis.
Feels though I'm not alone.
Oi! Pass that fire whiskey over here. You have to learn to share.
Revelio. Petrificus totalis.
Seems quiet. Too quiet, if you ask me.
I know I heard something that time.
Petrificus totalis.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. It's going well.
We make a good team.
We do at that.
Once again, we could fight our way through or be discreet.
You know which one I'd choose?
I could fall dead asleep on my feet, I could.
Petrificus totalis.
And the fun is over.
Fun is a relative term.
It is. And that was relative.
Revelio. Better or for worse, we're in.
I have a brother who works at Gringotts. Couldn't pay me enough to sit behind a desk all day.
Petrificus totalis. Revelio. This mine looks like a tomb.
It was closed after accidents were reported.
Confringo.
Now I see why.
Revelio. I don't see any goblins in these webs.
Too disgusting for even a spider to prey on.
What? Over here! I won't rest until dead.
Compulso! Imperial!
Your service.
Cruising! Sendo! Compulso! Accio! Findo! Revelio!
How many Ranrock's loyalists are in here?
Too many. They definitely think there's something here they want. Revelio!
That ledge is awfully high.
Wingardium
Any
Leviosa.
ideas?
Levioso. Revelio. It's no wonder spiders give people goosebumps.
Could be the hairy legs, or the soulless eyes, or the fangs, or any number of endearing qualities, really.
Expelliarmus. Confringo. Revelio. Smashing.
Should have thought to conjure stairs.
Confringo. Revelio. Confringo.
That bridge has seen better days.
Revelio. Reparo. Revelio. Descendo. Confringo. Bombardo. Protego. Flipendo. Revelio.
We've rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better tonight.
Revelio. Professor Hecat would be proud.
She would at that. Ranrock's loyalists have all but declared war.
Descendo. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Lumos. Lumos. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. I think we're going to be a bit distracted from runes for a moment.
An unwelcome distraction at that.
We have another fight on our hands.
Why am I not surprised?
I'm a goblin, not a toy! How childish! Over up wide. Let's get this over.
Flipendo. Bombardo. Confringo. Flipendo.
I will have my revenge! I will make you pay.
Imperial! Crucial! We're not finished yet. Revelio. Protego. Bombarda. Defender. Defender. Descender. Bombarda. Protego. Confringo. Stupefy. Imperio. Expelliarmus. Revelio.
Cleared the room.
You're not a bad chap for a Slytherin. Expelliarmus.
You certainly have a lot to learn.
Confringo. Confringo. Ranrock's loyalists never knew to look for it. Confringo. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Wingardium Leviosa. Levioso. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Levioso. Revelio. Sebastian, I think I found something.
Hopefully it will
canvas
help us
piece.
unravel more of this. Brilliant. Our efforts weren't in vain after all. Still, something about this place feels odd.
If the triptych led us here to find this bit of canvas, we can probably assume that Isadora Morganach was here.
She seems to have been everywhere.
But if she was using the Undercroft, and the cellar beneath her manor in Feldcroft, why would she create this space?
And why hide it behind cryptic rune symbols? And ancient magic that no one but you could see?
Isadora and Percival Rackham, another of the Keepers, could see traces of ancient magic too.
Rackham? I haven't heard his name before.
Here's some of the memories I've seen. I don't think he and Isadora saw eye to eye on how this magic should be used.
This is all rather baffling. Let's take the canvas back to the triptych. Perhaps the answers are there. This place is odd, to be sure, but I'm fascinated by it. Now, for the trek back out of here and to Hogwarts.
Unless we can find another passageway to the Undercroft. Let's have a look around.
And now for the moment of truth.
It has to fit. Please tell me you recognize the location in this bit of canvas.
The good news is I do, in fact.
And the bad news?
We're in for more trouble. I know that coast. Ranrock has taken over a huge mine in the surrounding area. Marrenweem has suffered for it. It's as bad as Feldcroft's become. Should we head there now?
We should wait.
Why?
All this time, we've been a step behind Ranrock. I may know someone who could help us get ahead.
Who is that?
A friendly goblin. He wants no part in Ranrock's fight.
A friendly goblin? You know, goblins cursed my sister to shut her up. Said she should be seen and not heard.
I do, but not all goblins are...
Not all goblins what? Have you forgotten, Feldcroft? Have you forgotten the mine we just went through?
No, Sebastian, I haven't. You're not listening to me.
Why would I listen to someone so ignorant?
You don't know what you're saying. Take a breath for a moment.
Oh, I know precisely what I'm saying. Unbelievable.
Revelio.
I enjoy divination.
This game's the best one ever!
Hello there.
Hello, Armit. Do I recall you saying that you speak gobbledygook?
I did. I do. Speak it. Is this to do with the goblin I saw you with in Hogsmeade?
It is. His name is Lodgok. We could use your help with something. He's waiting for me near a goblin mine. Would you be willing to help?
Of course. How exciting. Well, might this be dangerous?
I think he simply wants to show me something that involves gobbledygook. If it helps, he's a friend of Sirona's.
Good to hear. Good to hear. If Sirona trusts him, then I feel much better.
Have you ever spoken directly to a goblin?
Unbelievably, no. I'm so looking forward to it. Actually conversing in gobbledygook with a native speaker. Cannot wait to confirm subtle bits of pronunciation and tone that may have eluded me, being self-taught and all.
You said you know gobbledygook, but how well?
I've been reading it for as long as I've been reading English. My parents have an extensive library. Once I grew bored with the classics, I devoured goblin writings. I'd tell you some titles, but you wouldn't understand them.
Lodgok is waiting. Should we go?
Of course. I just want to check the pronunciation of a couple of key terms first. So I will meet you there.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide.
Revelio.
Be included.
A friend who speaks gobbledygook is meeting us. Before he arrives, perhaps you could tell me why we're here?
Of course. Unfortunately, presenting Ranrock with the helmet of Urtkot did not have the effect I'd hoped. Because he knew the details surrounding its plunder, he presumed I'd had help from a witch or wizard in retrieving it.
How else did he expect Goblinkind to get the helmet back? Seems he has no interest in making amends with you.
I'm afraid we do not have the luxury of rational expectation when it comes to Ranrock. Damn Bragbor and his blasted journals.
Bragbor?
An ancestor of Ranrock's, renowned metalworker. If we are to work together, I suppose I must tell you more. Not long ago, Ranrock sent me to collect a recently unearthed set of Bragbor's journals. They described repositories that Bragbor had been commissioned to build for a group of witches and wizards.
What do you mean, repositories?
Large, magically fortified receptacles crafted from goblin metal. Ranrock recruited others to help me locate the repositories. We were to search anywhere that was connected to 5 names mentioned in the journals: Rackham, Fitzgerald, Bakar, Morganach, and Rookwood.
Rookwood Castle.
That is where we began our search.
Why does Ranrock care so much about these repositories?
He cares about what they contain. For centuries, wizards have refused to share their magical knowledge with goblins. Your kind will not even let us carry wands. Thus, many goblins, myself included, have spent our lives mistrusting wizard kind. Ranrock was convinced that the repositories contained a magical power that wizards wanted to keep for themselves. He is determined to take it for goblin kind. But
Here comes my friend Amit. Probably best to continue our conversation later.
Greetings, Lord Gok. It is an honor, sir.
You speak gobbledygook.
Oh, Bagalio.
Enough. Please do not tell me that was meant to be gobbledygook.
Yes. Perhaps my pronunciation was a bit off. I imagine certain dialects differ.
Pronunciation is not the issue. I barely recognize that as language. I trust you can read gobbledygook better than you can speak it?
I can, Sir Lodgok.
Just Lodgok. Thankfully, we only need someone who can decipher written plans, since I cannot join you in the mine.
What written plans? And why can't you come with us?
We need some idea of what Ranrock knows or is plotting. I suspect a careless loyalist may have left plans behind. And I'm unable to join you because I cannot risk anyone reporting my presence to Ranrock. All you need to do is not be seen, either by the eye above the enchanted door or a loitering loyalist.
What else should we know about the enchanted door?
The door will not open while the eye can see you. You and your friend must be invisible to it to gain access. From what I know of wizard magic, that shouldn't be too difficult to achieve.
Amit and I can do this.
I will await your return. I shall see you soon.
Revelio. Reparo. Revelio.
Lucy.
The door is looking at us.
Books so rarely prepare one for reality.
Revelio.
A real goblin mine. It's even grander than I had expected. I cannot believe I met a
Confringo. Let's just learn what we can and get out.
Look at this lift. Impressive workmanship for so simple a device.
Impressive workmanship aside, it's the only way forward. Revelio.
I still can't
Accio.
a real goblin mine.
Depulso. Revelio.
I've read about minds like this. Seeing one is something else altogether.
Armit, you'll need to stay close to me. I've dealt with worse enemies than these.
Watch your step round here.
Revelio. We're being...
Matter of time till Ranrock sets things right.
That was a little more than I'm used to.
I'll get us through here safely, Armit. You have my word. We won't get through as long as we can be seen by that eye. Accio. Revelio. I should use disillusionment. That eye won't see a thing. Accio. Revelio.
Right. Don't wish to be seen, do you?
Confringo. Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Capolso. Revelio.
Character from one of the adventure books I read during the summer holidays.
Let's take a look around, Armit. See if we can find any plans.
There must be more notes around here. What could they be building?
Revelio.
If I'm translating this correctly, and I think that I am, they're building something rather large. But what? Let me know if you see any more plans or schematics. We can't return to Lodgok empty-headed.
Revelio.
I nearly fell out of a cart at Gringotts. I was only young, mind. Well, not like I'd fall out now. Lucky if I fit in one now.
Petrificus
Totalis. One there.
Fascinating to see gobbledygook written in a goblin hand. The flourishes are extraordinary.
Revelio.
I will get to the bottom of what they've been building down here.
My family worked in the mines at one time or other.
Petrificus Totalis. Who's there? Is somebody there? Hello? Nothing will submit to us once the war is over.
Petrificus totalis.
Shut
Oh, this really is too much.
Stay another.
Revelio.
Are they another boiler? This place is more complex than I had expected.
Accio. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Accio. Revelio. Depulso. Revelio. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio.
Nasty stuff if we're not careful.
Not an entanglement we need right now. Revelio. Revelio. Petrificus totalis.
Ready to fight? Back this way.
Leviosa. Stupid.
I won't rest. I don't think you know who you're seeing. No!
Expelliarmus. Defender. Arresto Momentum. Leviosa. Crucible. Bombarda. Confringo.
Dead.
Flipendo. Potato. Expelliarmus. Arresto Momentum. Leviosa. Crucio. Expelliarmus. Arresto Momentum. Revelio.
How many of them are there?
That should be the last of them I'll meet.
I'm quite good at sneaking about. You'll see.
Confringo. Revelio.
This is not good. They're building enormous drills, bigger than this mine could contain.
Let's get out of here and tell Lodgok what we found.
I need a moment to catch my breath. This was more than I bargained for.
I'm glad you came with me, Amit. Now that we know what they're up to, we can get out of here. Revelio. Aloha Mora. Revelio. We're almost out of here, Amit. Look, the lift.
A welcome sight indeed. Can we please talk about...
That wasn't so bad, was it?
It was. It really was. I'm afraid I've had enough adventure for one day. For a lifetime, perhaps.
Thank you, Amit. I couldn't have done it without you. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a word with Lodgok.
Understood? I'll leave you to it. Your goblin secrets are safe with me, but I get to write the book about this escapade someday. Without further ado, adieu.
They're building enormous drills. We found their plans. Ranrock must be searching for the repositories.
I fear you are correct. Other than Rookwood Castle, however, I do not know where else he plans to search.
I've been wondering about something else you said before we entered the mine.
Yes?
If you share Ranrock's views, then why are you helping me?
I expected Rookwood Castle to be deserted when I arrived to begin my search. So was surprised to find a witch there who had set up a sort of improvised research site. She was studying something so intently that she almost didn't notice me. When she looked up, I thought she would react with fear or disdain. But instead she did something that I will never forget. Without a moment's hesitation, she smiled and asked me to sit with her. She told me that she was a researcher and showed me a small, oddly shaped container with a strange symbol on it. She was certain it was made of goblin metal, but was unable to open it. She wanted to work together.
Miriam.
Yes. But how did you...
Professor Fig's wife. He told me of her research, and I know of the container.
Ah. The reverence with which she talked of goblins and their intelligence and skill, it caught me entirely off guard. I'd never been treated with such respect by a witch or wizard. So, to my surprise, I let her study the container if she would allow me to search the castle on my own. We parted ways, with her promising to share what she'd learned. More of Ranrock's recruits arrived, and we began to dig, eventually locating the first repository. Ranrock was thrilled with our discovery, but furious when I told him about Miriam. Berated me for trusting a witch, and I heard she'd been killed.
You think Ranrock murdered her?
I don't want to believe it, but I don't know. After that, something shifted in me. I had seen how the power from the repositories was transforming Ranrock, transforming all of them. I could no longer remain a part of it.
Thank you, Lodgok, for telling me this.
I tell you all of this so that you understand what is at stake. Ranrock never found all of Bragbor's journals, but the ones he did find suggest that Bragbor at some point built a repository far greater in size than the one beneath Rookwood Castle. What you've discovered here today worries me deeply. If Ranrock learns of the location of that repository, I fear we shall be destined for a great war. I will find out what Ranrock knows. Watch for my owl.
Revelio.
Hello. Are you here for Summoner's Court?
That I am. Don't expect to be as lucky here as you were in Crossed Wands. Speaking of which, care to play a match?
Of course, Charlotte.
Then may the best summoner win. Precisely as planned.
Accio!
Sting me with a billywig. I'll never top that. Accio! Precisely as planned.
Accio!
Nice technique. Accio! Precisely as planned.
Accio!
Such grace. Finesse. Didn't I say I adore competition? Hard luck. Care for another round?
Absolutely. Don't count me out yet.
That's the spirit. Precisely as planned.
Accio!
Sting me with a billywig. I'll never top that. Accio! Precisely as planned. Such grace. Finesse. Accio! Precisely as planned.
Accio!
Such grace. Finesse. Hard luck. Care for another round?
Absolutely. Don't count me out yet.
That's the spirit. Precisely as planned.
Accio!
Sting me with a billywig. I'll never top that. Accio! Precisely as planned. Accio! exactly as planned. Nice technique. Well, you are good. I'm not too proud to admit when I've lost. Where did you learn to play like that?
I play by intuition, natural skill and all that.
That's been my strategy. I suppose it only gets you so far, though. Well, you've only one opponent left now. I won't say more than that, but let's just say he's the best for a reason.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
I have to give my son
Hello again. Wonderful to see you. As before, I've arranged a special price on the broom upgrade for you. Thanks for stopping by. You're all set with the new upgrade. I can't wait to hear what you think. This may sound presumptuous, but...
You'd like me to report back with even more flight details.
You know me well. I feel I'm almost there. I just think I can improve broom flight a bit more. Miss Ray's is running a time trial at the South Coast course. Not ideal, really, what with rumours of Ranrock's lot and Ashwinders infiltrating the place. However, if you're flying high above them, you should be all right, I think.
I'm not worried, Mr. Weeks. I'll see if I can find Imelda.
I hope you are able to complete these trials. I have a feeling this final upgrade is going to be a sweeping success. Do be careful, of course. I shall look forward to hearing from you soon. I look forward... meeting.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flute.
Revelio. The course looks rather deserted. I hope everything's all right.
Ravenclaw, over here!
Hello again, Imelda. This course is a bit far from the castle, isn't it?
Obviously. Evidently too far for most of our classmates. Pathetic. They should be begging me to keep these trials alive, not running scared. I'm surprised our new 5th year showed up. I suppose I appreciate the effort.
That's actually... thank you.
I know I can be impatient, but I get frustrated by those who don't take things as seriously as I do. And in my experience, that's everyone. Anyway, don't let it go to your head. Right then, enough chatter. I'm confident I've posted a time you won't be able to beat.
We'll soon see how I fare, won't we? I'm ready.
Get ready to lose, Ravenclaw.
Made it. Now that's more like it. That wasn't too difficult. Excellent. Brilliant flying, if I do say so myself. Made it. Aha! Brilliant! That was quite something.
Impressive work today, but don't get too comfortable. I'll be on your heels in no time. My family's not going to believe the news when I tell them. They're almost as competitive as I am. Almost.
I take it you want to play for a team, but which one? And which position?
I'm my father's girl. A chaser through and through. You'd know that if Black hadn't cancelled Quidditch this year. As for a team, it's the Holyhead Harpies I've always dreamt of. When I'm finished with school, I'll try out. If for some reason I don't get accepted, I don't know what I'll do. Herbology, perhaps? Because if that did happen, you might as well pot me and call me a mandrake. I'd never stop screaming.
Will you keep running these courses?
I'll race them myself. Don't want to get rusty. But I won't be dealing with time trials. You're welcome to run them too. Anyway, hope we find time to fly again soon.
Do you get your competitiveness from your family?
You could say that. My grandfather played Quidditch for Puddlemere United. And my father, well, he was a chaser for Slytherin, but had to stop after a curse took his knees out. Said it was the Gryffindor beater. And me, I fell in love with flying the first time I saw the ground disappear beneath my feet. Something about the freedom you feel on a broom. I've not been able to stop since.
It's been fun competing against your records, Imelda.
It has been fun. Glad you're here. 5th year. Not bad for a Ravenclaw. You take care of yourself.
Revelio. Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
How's my favourite test flyer? Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again.
Hello again, Mr. Weeks. I set a new record at the South Course.
Fantastic! Your broom performed well then?
The best upgrade yet. It flew beautifully, incredibly nimble. But with the speeds it now reaches, I can feel the wind catching beneath the seat a bit, preventing it from reaching its full potential.
Of course! Should have anticipated that. Exactly the kind of report I've come to expect from you. At last, I think I know what needs to be done for my final upgrade.
What will you do after the final upgrade is complete?
I aim to make Spintwitches the most sought-after shop in Hogsmeade. And I wouldn't mind getting back on a broom myself, just for the thrill of it. Couldn't be more pleased we made headway with the upgrades, proved the naysayers wrong, made all the hard work worth it.
I shall look forward to speaking again.
I'll be sure to send you an hour when I'm finished. Thank you again for your help. Couldn't have done this without you.
Good for Mr. Weeks. Mr. Weeks and I do make a good team.
Are you ready to put an end to Harlow?
I'm ready to do what's needed to take Harlow down. I know you have a plan.
We must gather information from the friends of Mr. Bickle that Archie and Mrs. Bickle mentioned. Agabus Filbert, Otto Dibble, and Mr. and Mrs. Rabe.
All right.
I suggest that you speak with each of them while I head to the Hogshead. I saw some Ashwinders heading there. And as my mother would never go near the Hogshead, she is less likely to learn of my activities than if I were to wander the village questioning its residents.
What sort of information am I trying to gather from these people?
They may know what evidence Mr. Bickle had against Harlow, or they may have evidence of their own. We simply need to know whatever they know.
Where am I to find these friends of his?
I do not know about Mr. Rabe, but his wife, Daisy, is often in Hogsmeade, as is Agabus Filbert. And Otto Dibble, he works at Gladrags, so you will likely find him there.
Very well. I'll speak with them, see what I can learn.
I knew I could rely on you. We need to know how they are being blackmailed by Rookwood and Harlow. Meet me here after you have spoken with them.
Revelio.
Hopefully by the time you return, I will be able to move a bit.
Mrs. Rabe should be...
Oh, Isco, what have I done?
Mrs. Rabe, I wondered if I might speak with you about Theophilus Harlow. I'm a friend of the Bickles and am trying to gather evidence against him.
Poor Joanna and little Archie. And now Harlow has taken my darling Isco.
What do you mean? Why?
I'm a security guard at Gringotts, and my husband is a curse breaker for them. Harlow approached me about helping him extort my colleagues into giving him treasures from the vaults.
And you declined?
Of course I declined. Repeatedly. I thought they'd given up, until I came home one night and found my husband gone, and a note affixed to my door with a knife. The note stated that I only had a few days to reconsider helping with some banking needs, and that my husband would appreciate it if I acted quickly. But the help Harlow wants is help that I cannot give, and my dearest Isco is paying the price.
Are you sure the note means that your husband was kidnapped?
What else could it possibly mean? Besides, I came home to find that someone had trampled the daisies in our garden. It may sound silly, but those were Isco's pride and joy. He would never have let that happen.
Have you helped Harlow since your husband was taken?
No, I'm worried sick about Isco, but he'd never want me to compromise my integrity. I also know that he's extremely clever. That said, I was hoping he would have escaped by now. It makes me concerned as to why he hasn't.
Why wouldn't Harlow extort your husband?
Isco's job is even more removed from the vaults than mine. He travels the world for the bank. He could do nothing for Harlow. I'm the one in the bank on a daily basis, which evidently makes me an enticing target for blackmail.
Thank you, Mrs. Rabe. Knowing the lengths that Harlow will go to is helpful, albeit more than disturbing.
Mr. Bickle was trying to help us, but now he's gone. I don't know what to do.
I shall do all I can to get evidence against Harlow, Mrs. Rabe.
Very well. Here's the note I received. You must be careful as well. Please don't put yourself in danger.
Some evidence worth hanging on to.
Thank you. I hope it's not too late.
Now, to find Mr. Bickle's other two friends.
Please tell me you didn't take...
Mr. Dibble, may I speak with you? It's about Theophilus Harlow.
I've nothing to say about him. May I interest you in a stunning cravat today?
Please, sir, I'd like to help. I spoke to Mrs. Bickle.
You know the Bickles? All right. But we must be discreet. Can't have Mr. Hill hearing this.
I know Mr. Hill. He was kind to me the day of the troll attack.
Oh, he's a good man. But even he wouldn't understand about Harlow. It started a few weeks ago. I was distracted, reading a note, when you-know-who came into the shop. I hid the note behind the counter and offered to help him. He stared at me for a moment, then asked me to check on an order he'd placed. I went into the storeroom to check on what turned out to be a non-existent order. When I returned, he was holding the note.
What was in the note?
It was a note from Rosie Hill, Mr. Hill's daughter. You see, we've been, secretly engaged these past 6 months. We haven't told Mr. Hill yet. I dare say he has higher hopes for her. Harlow advised me in no uncertain terms that my relationship with Rosie, not to mention my employment here, depended upon my cooperation.
What did he ask you to do?
It all happened so quickly. In an instant, he took a very expensive scarf from the counter, pocketed it, and smiled. He said, "Your secret is safe as long as I can supply my lady friend with delightful items like this every so often." I've been able to cover for his requests until now with some creative bookkeeping, but I can't keep it up for much longer. I'm terrified to say anything. I could never live without Rosie.
I met Mr. Hill the day of the troll attack. He was kind to me. Why don't you just tell him?
He's a lovely man. But when it comes to Rosie, I fear he loses all perspective. He'd see this as a grave betrayal. I'd lose my job instantly, and Rosie as well.
What have you been doing to keep the extortion a secret?
Well, as I mentioned, creative bookkeeping. And I've also been trying to cover the costs with my own savings, but I'm running out of money. Of course, none of this bodes well for my efforts to improve my circumstances and to be worthy of Rosie.
Could you give me a bit more detail about the note? That might help me to identify it should I come across it.
It's on Rosie's special pink stationery. It has her monogram at the top, RH. That's how Mr. Hill would know it was real.
Thank you for telling me. I'm gathering evidence to take Harlow down.
I would love nothing more than to see him rotting in Azkaban, but be careful. He's an awful man and incredibly dangerous. As for Rosie's letter, should you happen upon it, I have committed it to memory. You may destroy it immediately.
Understood.
Now hurry
Revelio.
up before Mr. Hill returns. Where was I?
We're on the right track. Now to find the last of Mr. Bickle's friends. Agabus Filbert must be around here somewhere.
Hello there.
Excuse me, Mr. Filbert. I wondered if I might speak with you about your dealings with Theophilus Harlow. I hope to ease Mrs. Bickle's mind by gathering evidence against him.
Tragic what happened to Bickle. He wanted me to speak out against Harlow for an act of violence committed against me. But I feared Harlow's retaliation, and so I refused.
You may have shared Mr. Bickle's fate if you had spoken out against Harlow as he requested.
Unfortunately, I suspect you're right.
You said that Harlow committed an act of violence against you. Could you tell me what happened?
Before my extraordinary wife, Dulcibella, passed away, she had just completed a small book of poetry. As a surprise for her birthday, one she never had the chance to celebrate, I had the book beautifully bound and plated in gold. One day, Harlow came calling to punish me for having spoken out against the Neanderthals that comprise Rookwood's lot. Before I knew it, I'd been petrified, and Harlow was rifling through my home. He found the book of poetry, with its exquisite gold plating. I watched helplessly, lying there in my entranceway as he walked away with the book, laughing as he went. I was shaken to my core. Still am, to be honest.
I imagine you fear Harlow retaliating again, but do you mind if I share this information with Officer Singer?
I suppose I have no choice. This extortion can't go on forever. You can pass it on to anyone who may be willing to help. Harlow does not like people talking, as you already know.
I've spoken with Mr. Bickle's friends. I want to find Natty. To be late. She said she was going to Hog's Head. Perhaps I'll find her there. Revelio. But he must be around here somewhere. Natty's wand. She can cast without it. She wanted me to find this. She's in trouble. Revelio will show me where she was taken. Revelio!
Nosy little students get what's coming to them.
Natty must have been taken this way. I need to find her. Her footprints led to this room. There must be another way forward. Accio! Hidden door. Natty must have been taken this way. I need to find her quickly. Revelio! Let's be sure I'm not seen. Revelio!
fight. Someone's coming for her. We ought to just kill her. Only a Hogwarts student would be arrogant enough to come in here alone. What?
It's always a pleasant surprise. Well,
Not my fault if a customer skips the fine print and I have to break the...
Revelio. Petrificus totalis. Revelio.
I remember my father speaking this time. There'll be nothing but trouble.
Petrificus totalis. Revelio.
I hope Rookwood knows what he's doing. They don't seem to care for me in Hogsmeade.
Be on the lookout for the girl's friend. If they don't deny to come
Say what you will about Feldcroft.
Here's how I say. You can only blame oneself if one's belly is caught with a rumble. You can't expect us all to follow you around with fresh baked potatoes in our palms now, can ya?
Revelio.
I take what I want. Can't I? There you are.
Descendo. Bombardo. Flipendo. Bombardo. Expelliarm. Arresto. Momentum. Stupefy.
Not that! Ow! Oh!
My ears.
No one takes one of my own! It's the tell of it!
You let me.
Revelio.
I ought to pay that pretty little shopkeeper in Bagan Tig a visit.
Crucio. Descendo.
Crucio!
Revelio. Confringo, Descendo, Bombardo, Flipendo.
I don't know the cost aspersions, but I did find it suspicious when the very next day you had on your person a mysteriously fresh tool. Nothing even worth stealing in Murrenween.
Expelliarmus. Revelio.
We should speak to her again. Perhaps she'll tell us where we can find that friend of hers.
Revelio.
Tell me to say nothing. The boss will deal with her when he arrives. What does it matter if there's...
I know you're there!
Expulsion!
Incendia!
Flash of
Arresto Momentum. Defendo. Levioso. Crucio.
Make it stop!
Confringo. Flipendo. Flipendo. Descendo.
Just handle it,
Revelio. Depulso. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. The book of poems that was taken from Agabus Filbert. He'll be thrilled to have this back. Otto Dibble's love letter from Rosie. He wanted me to destroy this if I found it. Natty must be here somewhere.
You found
Revelio.
I knew you would realize I had left my...
Aloha Mora. Revelio.
Here, I need your help.
Mr. Rabe, Daisy told me you'd been abducted.
You spoke with my wife. How is she?
Worried about you. Are you all right?
I am all right. Thank you for coming. These locks are cursed, and there's an anti-apparition jinx on the cells. Even Natty's skill with wandless magic cannot free us. I need you to find my wand.
Mr. Rabe, I found your wand.
Well done. I knew it was nearby. Now, you best stand back. One never knows how a curse will react to being broken.
Revelio.
Thank you, Mr. Isco.
My pleasure. And thank you, my friend. We owe our lives to your bravery. I may be too weak to disapparate with you both, but I can try.
You go ahead. Find Officer Singer. We will get out of here on our own.
Very well. But be careful. Thank you, my young friends.
Revelio.
Prepared for a fight. These Ashwinders must pay. Let's find Officer Singer and put an end to Harlow. What?
Revelio.
That's Onai. I should have known. And you, the troll dispatcher. Oh, thank goodness the two of you are safe. Isco Rabe told me a couple of students had rescued him. Should have known it was you two.
Is Mr. Rabe all right?
He is. I sent him home to his wife, Miss Onai. Your mother will not be pleased to learn that you're still risking your safety pursuing these dangerous men.
Actually, Officer Singer, Natty and I learned of several Hogsmeade residents who've had their lives threatened by the Ashwinders. In addition to abducting Mr. Rabe to blackmail his wife and Natty, Rookwood and Harlow have also extorted Agabus Filbert and Otto Dibble.
I will look into all of that. As for the two of you, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you are taking great risk. Next time, please let the authorities handle the Ashwinders.
With all due respect, officer, the authorities haven't done much about any of this.
There's more to taking down an organization like the Ashwinders than simply storming in and hauling them off based on a few accusations. I must insist that you leave them to us. We shall have no further discussion on this.
Revelio.
Natsai, you may wish to speak with your mother about this before I do.
My mother will not like this. Thank you again for rescuing me. We shall speak soon.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Oh, hello again. Couldn't have perfected the broom upgrades without your help. As always, I have a special prize for you. I truly enjoyed working with you. Thank you for believing in me. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again.
Revelio.
I can do this. I can do this. They will want to help.
Is this where we're meeting the centaurs?
Well, they don't exactly know we're coming, so it's less of a meeting and more of a surprise, I suppose.
Once we tell them about the Snidgets, they'll understand why we came and they'll want to help.
I hope you're right. Perhaps they'll be able to tell that we're sincere. There's something about them that's so knowing. It's almost unnerving.
I suppose they are known for having an air of omniscience.
That's exactly the right word. Never mind.
What is it?
It's nothing, truly. We've no secrets to hide.
That's right. We'll simply be honest with them about what we're trying to do. They'll have to help us, won't they?
Yes, of course. You're absolutely right. We'll meet with them, tell them about the Snidgets, and I'm sure to all be fine.
What do you think you're doing here, humans?
Please! We were hoping to speak with you.
Ah! I suppose you'd like a tale for your friends of the time you spoke to a centaur, and it spoke back.
No! Never! We're here because we need your help.
Enough! You made a grave error in judgment in coming here, little witch.
Leave them be, Alec. We do not harm the young. It is not our way.
You forget your place, old fool. I'm the leader of this herd, and while you cling to our way, their kind continue to slaughter beasts like us without a care!
From what I can see, they have slaughtered no one. They will leave here unharmed.
Mark my words, Doran. If I ever see them again, it will be all 3 of your heads.
Foolish children. Do you know what happens to wizards who wander here? Now, follow me before
Golden Snidgets are still alive, and the poachers are after them. They know that the key to finding them lies in the moonlight, but they don't know what that means, yet.
Please help us find the snidgets before the poachers do.
Could it be? In the south, there is a cave within which lies what the poachers seek. A moonstone. Retrieve it and place it in the henge in the forest. I, on the other hand, must go speak with the herd. Find me after you have done this.
I don't understand. So the moonlight mentioned in the journal doesn't refer to actual moonlight, but to a moonstone. What do moonstones have to do with snidgets? And why was he so certain about where we could find one?
Isn't moonstone all around us? Why retrieve one from a cave?
Knowing centaurs, I suspect he's referring to a specific moonstone. We'll likely know it when we see it.
I don't know, but I am inclined to believe him, what with his being a centaur and all.
I am too. It is a shame how quickly he left. What was his name? Doran.
That's what the leader of the herd called him.
Well, if Doran knows something we don't, I'd rather act now and ask questions later. I can head to the library and start looking into the cave he mentioned. I'll let you know what I find.
Now what am I supposed to do?
Pardon me, is everything all right?
No, it's not. We only had 2 bells to go, but she just had to go and spoil things.
I'm afraid I don't follow. Who spoiled things? Also, what bells?
Professor Black ordered Mr. Moon to take down the bells in the bell tower. Said they were giving him a headache. Those bells are a part of Hogwarts. I wasn't about to let that happen. So I asked my friend Adelaide to help me put them back. We've always been a duo of sorts, Adelaide and Evangeline. Addie and Evie. Anyway, it was going swimmingly until Black started asking questions. Then she wasn't comfortable with our rule breaking. Now I'm stuck, unable to tell which bell goes where.
If only 2 bells are left, isn't it fairly easy to tell which goes where?
Easy for you, perhaps. I happen to be tone deaf. Mother likes to say I couldn't carry a tune if it hopped on my back like a chocolate frog. No point putting them back in if they don't sound just as they did before, for the sake of historical accuracy.
It's certainly an odd decree, even for Black, taking down the bells for a headache.
I agree. I thought it might also have been that they interrupted his hourly naps. That's all he does in his office, you know. But then I heard... Can you keep a secret?
I can.
I heard from Alice, who heard from Ollie, who heard from Eugenia, that it's because the bells reminded him of his wedding day. Breaks out in a sweat every hour on the hour, but mum's the word.
Is it really that important that the bells go back up?
Is it really that important? They're part of the school's history. Those bells likely told a young Merlin that he was running late to charms, or called Ignatia Wildsmith to dinner. We can't simply fiddle with history. We're meant to be its stewards.
Perhaps I could help put the bells back up.
Really? Oh, that would be wonderful. The bells are in the bell tower just above the music room. You're certainly of more help than Adelaide.
I imagine the bells are just inside in the bell tower. The bells are back up, Evangeline.
Oh, you're a credit to the school. I can't wait to hear them. I can't wait for the headmaster to hear them. I wish I could see his face. Future generations may not truly appreciate what you've done, but I do. And I hope that you do as well. You don't know how much this means for me and for Hogwarts.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
Revelio.
I have been meaning to speak with you.
I still can't believe we escaped the Ashwinders.
You may not realize it, but you are the talk of the school since you saved me that day.
I wonder how everyone knows about it.
I told my mother in the hope that she would be more forgiving of what I have been up to if it came from me. She likely told other professors, and news travels quickly. Unfortunately, she might, in fact, have been even less forgiving than I'd hoped.
If she knew more about what you've done, I suspect she'd be proud.
If she knew any more about what I've done, she would never let me out of her sight again.
I'm sorry. Has Officer Singer done anything with the evidence we provided?
She has not. Harlow is as strong as ever. Someone needs to stop him, whether it is us or Officer Singer. If someone had stopped the monsters like him in Matabeleland, my father would be alive today.
What exactly happened to your father?
It was a beautiful day. My mother had gone to tend to a neighbor who was ill, and so my father and I were galloping in the savannah.
Galloping? Your father was also an animagus, I take it?
He could become the most majestic giraffe, and he would carry me on his back, my arms around his neck. We were on our way home when we surprised a group of bandits who had come from our village. One of them saw me just as he removed a scarf from his face. He shouted and then aimed his rifle.
He didn't want you to identify him.
Exactly. In an instant, my father bowed his neck to protect me and was hit. As he fell, my father changed back into his human form. When the bandits saw this, they turned and ran in fear. Magic terrified them, and then he was gone. And it was all my fault.
Your fault? How so?
He died protecting me. If I had been capable of protecting myself, he would still be alive today. My mother and I tried to go on without him, but it became too much for us there. A few years later, we left to come to Scotland.
Do you think your father would approve of the things we've been doing?
Oh my, that is a good question. In theory, yes. Although he would worry, as my mother does. But I think he, of all people, would understand my persistence. My father never shied away from a fight for good, no matter how ruthless the foe. And I think he would have enjoyed knowing that I had a compatriot like you.
What does your mother think about all of this?
Well, as you saw, she worries a great deal. She is an excellent seer, but I think it bothers her to this day that she did not see my father's death coming. She misses him, as do I. So I believe on some level she understands my need to seek justice in a small way, but that does not mean that she likes it.
Do you think taking down the Ashwinders will avenge your father's death?
No. Vengeance is not what drives me. My father would not want that. He and my mother raised me to believe that it is a privilege to be able to fight for those who cannot. I know there is risk involved, but I feel it is worth it. I am glad you seem to think so too.
I'm sorry, Natty. I can't imagine what you've been through. Your father sounds exceptional.
He was. Truly extraordinary. And thank you for your kind words. We all have our burdens. My father had a saying about that.
Yes, I remember. Rain does not fall on one roof alone.
Exactly. Soon you and I will put an end to the Ashwinders, beginning with Harlow. And once he is gone, we will turn our attention to Rookwood. We are making progress, and we will succeed. Thank you again for saving me. You deserve all of the praise you have received.
Revelio.
Welcome back.
Hello, Professor. I have news. The goblins are looking for something. Another repository. They've built drills to help with their search.
Most troubling.
Are these repositories like the broken container I found at Rookwood Castle?
They are. I fear we have no time to lose. Have a look at the map. Fortunately, the next trial is fairly nearby.
It's Hogwarts.
As you know, I was headmistress in my time. My portrait hangs in the headmaster's office. In fact, I witnessed Professor Black learn of your arrival. And I'll confess that I wondered about you.
Wait, is the next trial in the headmaster's office?
It is. I had hoped that when the time came, the occupant of that office would be of help to us. Unfortunately, this headmaster seems wildly unconcerned with anything but himself. You'll need to access the office while he's away.
I understand. Very well. I'll find some way to get in.
Good. I shall meet you in my portrait there. Until then.
How will I gain access to the headmaster's office? Perhaps Professor Fig will know what to do. Professor Fig, the Keepers have shown me where the next trial is.
Has something changed?
Lodgok and I have learned that the goblins are searching for another repository, like the one we saw at Rookwood Castle. And I discovered that they're building massive drills to help in their search. Professor Fitzgerald seemed very concerned.
I see. Ranrock clearly knows even more than we suspected.
And sir, there's something else. Lodgok knew Miriam.
He knew Miriam?
They encountered each other at Rookwood Castle. She was doing research. That's where she found the container with the portkey. He liked her so much that he let her leave with it, despite orders from Ranrock.
I don't know what to say. She could win over almost anyone. I want to hear more of this. And, in fact, I'd like to speak with Lodgok directly. But we've no time now. Where is the next trial?
Believe it or not, it's in the headmaster's office.
Incredible. Very well, you'll need the password to get past the stone gargoyle. The headmaster's house elf will know it.
I don't know the headmaster's house elf. Will he even speak to me? I imagine he's loyal to the headmaster.
He is. So you'll need a disguise. I have just the thing. A polyjuice potion. You'll look and sound like Professor Black.
Wait, doesn't polyjuice potion require a bit of the person you want to change into? And take ages to brew?
It does.
So how do you already have polyjuice potion to change into Professor Black?
One never knows when such a thing may come in handy. Let's just say I felt the need to be prepared for anything after my fruitless trip to the ministry on his behalf. Now, time is of the essence. Drink up and I shall explain more. How do you feel?
Incredible. I won't forget that taste anytime soon. How do I sound?
Convincing. I've taken the liberty of transfiguring your robes. As we discussed, you'll need the password from Scrope, who could be anywhere in the castle. You might look for Professor Kagawa. She's taken to badgering the poor elf about Quidditch in the hopes that he can convince Black to change his mind. Thus far, unsuccessfully.
I see. But what if Professor Black sees me?
Leave him to me. I shall tell him where to meet a liaison from the ministry in Hogsmeade. That should give you plenty of time.
Thank you, Professor. I suppose we'll meet again in the map chamber.
It's rather strange to hear gratitude coming from Professor Black. I'll see you there.
Now to find the headmaster's house elf.
Professor, a moment of your time, please. Professor, I was hoping to catch you.
Places to be, Professor Sharp. Places to be.
Of course, sir. Only, you'd asked me about a particular potion, and I
did? I did, yes. Well, spit it out, Sharp. I don't have all day.
Probably best not to discuss it here, sir.
I assure you, Sharp, you may speak freely.
Very well. I've brewed the cure for boils you wanted. I can drop it by your office when it's convenient.
Of course, yes. No need for all the cloak and dagger. Simply have a student deliver it.
A student? Very well, sir, if you insist.
I do. And thank you, Sharp. I just hope you've brewed enough for all my boils.
Now, to determine which student gets this rather unenviable task.
If you must speak with me, consult my secretaries or what have you. Now move along. Stand proud, purebloods. The future...
I heard the headmaster approaching.
Gareth! Mr. Weasley, what are you doing here? Don't you have, somewhere to be?
Oh, Professor, yes, of course. All sorts of places I'd rather be right now. Do you need something from me?
I'm looking for my house elf. Surely you've seen him?
Ah, the little one-eared fellow. I saw him heading to the Great Hall moments ago, muttering on about your, sterling graces, sir.
I am watching you, Mr. Weasley. Mr. Redding, who owns Honeydukes, tells me some of his billywig stings recently went missing. Prime potion ingredient. And I know you fancy yourself a skilled potioneer.
What? But, sir, I haven't been anywhere near Honeydukes.
Bah! That's enough from you. Just know that I have eyes and ears everywhere. On your way, Mr. Weasley.
Well, there's one for my diary.
I wonder almost daily why I accepted this appointment from the Ministry.
Professor Black, how are you, sir?
Mr. Gaunt! Where do you think you're going?
I beg your pardon, sir. I'm simply on my way outside.
Taking the day off, eh? Typical student, wasting the hours away.
I have to write 20 inches on Dittany and its uses. Was heading to the greenhouse.
Ah, yes! Mixed with, bubo tuber pus makes a fine, mustache paste. Yes, mustache paste. I find.
Are you feeling all right, sir? You don't seem yourself.
I assure you I am quite healthy, Gaunt. If I need a medical diagnosis, I shall head to St. Mungo's.
Something is very wrong with Professor Black. Dittany and Boobertuber parts. Moustache paste.
You call that a shine on those boots? Do better!
Professor, a word? Professor Black? Again, it is not too late to reconsider your decision regarding Quidditch. We could still have trials and a somewhat shortened season. It would be better than none at all.
But the injury, Madam Kogawa.
Professor, more than one student has taken a bludger to the head on our pitch. I dare say it knocked some sense into them. And they are fine now. The fact that it happened to be a pureblood, well, that's no reason to...
What nonsense! That you would trivialize the health of a student over a silly game.
A silly game? You are quite impossible sometimes. Sir, I've a good mind to write to the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry about you.
Good idea. I can even provide the parchment should you need it. Now, where is my elf?
Parchment? Very well, I will, and with pleasure. And I spotted Scrope in the Great Hall. Seems to be avoiding me.
I wonder why. Good day, Madam Kogawa.
What did we do to deserve him as a headmaster?
When I witness what passes for magic in these halls, I simply mourn for the future of the wizarding world.
I don't think it's anything.
Miss Broom, a word.
Oh, Professor, this is an interesting surprise. It's Bloom, by the way.
Remind me of your area of affinity, Broom. OWLs are swift approaching.
Charms, sir. Non-verbal spells. Might work on one that makes me disappear.
Well, keep at it, Broom. And before you know it, you'll be as invisible as that new fifth year seems to be.
They're not invisible, sir. I've seen them near the library. In fact, they help me with my, heavy books.
Speaking of invisible, where's my blasted house elf?
Something seems a little off with the headmaster.
I haven't time for any of you at the moment. None. None at all. Move aside.
Professor,
I need to speak to you. Hello, Professor Black.
Ah, Professor Weasley. How delightful to see you.
Sir?
Since I have you here, I wonder if I might, speak with you about Professor Fig.
Oh, very well.
I've decided to give him a bit more, leeway with his time.
Leeway, Professor? Are you sure that's wise? I confess I do worry for his students. He's rarely here as it is.
I realize that, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I see. But, sir, if I may, I am wary of how much time the new fifth year seems to be spending away from the castle, supposedly on Professor Fig's behalf. I've heard unsettling rumors of their escapades. Everything from sneaking into the Forbidden Forest to confronting Ranrock's loyalists and Rookwood's lot.
What? Goodness. You cannot believe everything you hear, Professor. No, you cannot. I mean, I shall keep an eye on Fig. You simply keep doing the wonderful job that you're doing. Simply wonderful.
Thank you. But I'm happy to look into...
Good. That'll be all, Weasley. I mean, Professor Weasley. Good day.
A wonderful job. Leeway for Professor Fig? I shall never understand that man.
That ought to give Professor Fig some breathing room.
Professor Black is happy with Scrope's performance as his house elf. There's no doubt in Scrope's...
Attention, students! I hereby decree that the Great Hall be forthwith decorated in the elegant banners of Ravenclaw. I shall be taking no questions at this time. Or ever. Scrope!
Greetings, Master.
Remind me of the password to my office.
Oh, but Master made Scrope swear never to tell anyone, even Master himself.
How dare you question me? I've a mind to give you a matching set of ears.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Scrope begs forgiveness. It is the Black family motto, Master.
Right. Of course,
Master does remember it.
It's pure bloods forever, isn't it?
Close, Master. Scrope thinks Master is indeed testing Scrope. It is always pure.
Obviously.
And, of course, as Master knows, in French.
Yes, of course. I order you to pronounce it for me.
Oh, but Master knows that Scrope's French is most pitiful. Oh, very well. Toujours pur.
Ha! Thank you. Never speak of this conversation with me or anyone else.
Of course, sir. Scrope shall try his best to keep out of Master's way.
The polyjuice potion's wearing off. I best get out of sight. Made it just... It's wearing off.
Fig was right. I can't believe it worked. Now to speak the password to the gargoyle.
Revelio.
Off on another adventure, are we?
The gargoyle. That's where I need to speak the password. Toujours pure. I wonder if all the elite wizarding families have a motto. Revelio.
It's good to see you.
All thanks to Professor Fig's quick thinking. Now what?
Approach the pedestal in the antechamber and read the book that appears.
What can I expect to find in the book?
A story. I cannot say more. You may recognize some elements of it, as I was inspired by a tale with which many wizarding children are familiar.
I suspect there will be more to this than reading a book.
Your suspicions are correct. We shall speak when you are finished.
Has this been under the headmaster's nose all this time? Revelio. Revelio. That must be the pedestal. Where am I? Professor Fitzgerald? Can you hear me?
I am here. In this place, you may call me Neve. You shall be witness to a fable. Pay attention. Things are not always as they seem. You must move swiftly and cautiously. Use the tools you encounter to find me. In this place, as in life, death takes many forms. Avoid each of them at all costs.
I should have run when I could. I'd be free by now.
This is my chance. I'm coming, Neve. I need to time this just right. I see. A staircase straight ahead. ladder. Perhaps they won't be able to find me if I go up there. They're gone. For now. I need to get out of here. Where could Neve be? Too many. I must cross this road as fast as I can. That's where I need to go, but I need to find a way past them. Nothing this way, more danger. There must be another way to find you. I need to turn back. There's no getting past them that way. Closed tight. That doorway looks like the only safe way forward. Revelio. Now's my chance. Revelio. That's the way forward. I think I'm invisible. They can't see me at all. I can get closer to them. This is the way forward. Finally free. Now where are you, Neve?
You have outrun death thus far, but have yet to find me. Keep searching, but this time you will be unable to hide. Wield the wand you see before you. Do not squander its extraordinary power.
I've never felt such power.
Revelio. Bombarda. Revelio. Depulso. Descendo. Defendo. Bombarda. Depulso.
Bombarda. Revelio. Bombarda. Depulso. Bombarda. Depulso. Descendo. Defender. Revelio. Depulso. Stupid one. Depulso. Bombarda. Stupid one. Descendo. Depulso. Defender. Bombarda. Protego. Stupid one. Depulso. Descendo. Bombarda. Defender. Depulso. Protego. Defender. Bombarda. Defender. Depulso. Descendo. Depulso. Bombarda. Depulso. Revelio. Bombarda. Depulso. Descendo. Defender. Depulso. Depulso. Descendo. Stupid. Bombarda. Depulso. Stupid one. Depulso. Bombarda. Descendo. Defender. Protego. Stupid one. Bombarda. Defender. Depulso. Bombarda. Depulso. Descender. Depulso. Descender. Bombarda. Depulso. Descender. Bombarda. Bombarda. Depulso. Descender. Defender. Protego. Stupid one. Bombarda. Stupid one. Depulso. Depulso, Descendo. Depulso, Descendo. Depulso, Descendo. Depulso, Descendo. Bombardo, Defender, Revelio. Depulso, Bombardo, Descendo, Defender. Depulso, Descendo. Protego, Stupefy, Depulso, Descendo, Defender, Bombardo. Depulso, Descendo. Stupefy. Bombardo, Defender. Stupefy. Bombardo, Defender. Depulso, Descendo. Bombardo. Protego. Stupefy. Descendo. Defender. Bombardo. Depulso. Bombardo. Defender. Stupefy. Bombardo. Defender. Depulso. Descendo. Revelio.
Stone. This must be for me.
You are far from finished. Pass through the mourners ahead. Nothing is what it seems.
She's gone. Neve's dead.
Oh, poor Neve.
I can't believe she's...
Dear, sweet Neve. Dead. Oh, poor Neve.
Let us always honor her memory.
We won't be the same without her.
You found me, but you cannot undo what has been done. The magic of the stone can only conjure a shadow of my former self. But there is no light without shadow, as there is no shadow without light. Simply because you can eliminate darkness does not always mean that you should. Remember that as you witness my memory.
Isadora, what you did for your father was remarkable.
Wasn't it? And Percival needn't worry about the strands of emotion or the traces that this magic leaves. I found a way to contain all of it.
You haven't stopped.
Goblin silver.
You spoke to a goblin about this.
Don't worry, he has no idea what we're containing.
We don't know what effect any of this may have. The emotions, the dark traits.
You sound like Percival. And as it happens, I do know. It is a source of strength, of focus. Somehow it enhances my ability to wield magic.
I don't follow, Isadora.
I think we can harness it.
Power like this is not to be toyed with. In the wrong hands.
You saw what I did for my father. Only imagine the good we could do. Everyone is in some kind of pain.
What are you doing?
Breathe it in. Can you feel it?
Oh, Isadora. This must stop. All of it.
You've kept this power to yourselves for so long because you fear it. I choose to embrace it.
Revelio.
Is it true? Has someone completed the first 3 trials?
It is, and I have.
But you are so...
young? I know. You must be Professor Bakar.
I am.
Pleased to meet you. The pensive memory I just witnessed, was Isadora inhaling painful emotions?
She was.
I found it disturbing. But how did she gain power from it? How did she harness it?
It was disturbing. Although I wonder that you are asking about her power. I hesitate to reveal the location of my pensive to someone who, perhaps, has yet to understand the responsibility of power.
I can assure you, Professor, I do. In fact, what you don't yet know is that a dangerous goblin called Ranrock has accessed the repository at Rookwood Castle. He has learned to harness the contents of it as a source of immense power. He plans to use that power against wizardkind. We have no time to waste.
I see. Nonetheless, the knowledge you shall gain after you witness my memories is too valuable to share without further consideration. I shall require time to confer with the other keepers.
It seems we have no choice but to wait, frustrating as it is. I heard what you told Professor Bakar. Isadora was inhaling emotions to gain power?
She was. And she pulled emotions, as she did from her father, from Professor Fitzgerald. Without permission.
Monstrous.
What's more, she said that she found a way to store the traces of magic she extracted in goblin silver.
The repositories?
Possibly. There's something I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier. Ranrock has been digging at locations tied to the 5 names he found in the journals of a goblin metalworker named Bragball.
5 names? The Keepers, and who else? Isadora Morganac?
Precisely. That's how he's been one step ahead of us. Gringotts, the Tower, Rookwood Castle.
If the Keepers won't tell you where the next trial is yet, I say we at least maintain a watch on Ranrock. Perhaps he'll lead us to more information.
Perhaps. I hope to hear from Lodgok soon. I haven't heard anything since I learned of the drills. Oh, and as you've probably guessed by now, your Polyjuice plan worked like a charm.
I knew it would. I may have done too good a job distracting Black. I had no idea he can't hold his fire whiskey.
Revelio.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Revelio. Revelio. Aloha Mora. Revelio. Revelio. Aloha Mora. Revelio. Aloha Mora. Revelio. Revelio.
Revelio.
Deke has some exciting news to share.
Hello, Deke. Professor Weasley said you had an idea.
Indeed, Deke does. Deke knows that you want to learn about all sorts of beasts, and Deke recently heard rumors of a phoenix nest in a nearby mountain.
A phoenix nest? I wonder if it belongs to the phoenix gnat he mentioned, the one Harlow and the poacher pack are after.
Deke would not doubt it. If Deke has heard of it, surely the nasty poachers have as well, which means it could be in danger.
Well, I'd better go and rescue it then, hadn't I?
Deke thinks so. So majestic a beast should not fall into such vile hands. Deke is not sure why, but Deke feels that saving a phoenix might help to make amends for what happened with Deke's prior master. Deke hopes that you are able to find the phoenix and bring it to the room where it will be safe.
Revelio.
Grubby little faces. I'll just die.
Who would have thought someone as young as me?
today's lesson, we will cover a truly thrilling event. The Goblin Rebellion of 1752 and all its triumph and tragedy. But more specifically, we will address the devastating effect it had on the wizard milling industry. Throughout the many goblin battles, countless wizard cloaks were lost. Actually, we do know the number. 632. But history occurs outside the classroom. And look, it's time for my constitutional. One can practically osmose the history flowing through Hogwarts.
I think the professor wants us to follow him.
And now for a
Revelio.
stroll to the bell tower entrance hall. Along with the rest of the castle, it was completed in the early Middle Ages. The hall and the bell towers that loom above it contain myriad interesting artifacts. Good to see you again. Recovered from that nasty bout of dragon pox, have we?
That wasn't me, Professor. I'm new here.
Are you? Well then, welcome. No doubt you're eagerly anticipating my analysis of various wizarding councils, codes, statutes, and of course, goblin rebellions. Not all goblins are rebellious. Some venture into wizarding politics, such as Arglwyddi'r the Ugly. Some are talented artisans, such as Arglwyddi'r the Boastful.
Did you say Arglwyddi'r? I know that name. Lord Gok said he was an ancestor of Ranrock.
Well known for his metalwork. I would imagine much of his goblin wrought iron and silver has survived to this very day. Where were we? Oh yes. Back to our class topic for today. Grimbold Weft. Another notable historical figure. He's right nearby. Curious student.
Revelio.
Here in the bell tower. Oh yes, I see you found Grimbold Weft.
Yes, I rather enjoyed seeking him out.
The thrill of the scholarly pursuit. I know the feeling quite well. Now, let's turn our attention to the agreeability and general good nature of Sir Athbuddle. He's also nearby. See what you can learn from him for your next assignment.
Revelio.
Standing in eternal but symbolic watch over the bell tower, a retinue of loyal knights, or rather,
What I wouldn't get
statues
Wagadu's
of
history
knights,
is, well, a bit different
Keen
than that
eyes.
of
This
Hogwarts,
will
to
spot
say
the
the least.
statue of Sir Athbuddle of the cheerful countenance nestled among
He
them.
has a special knack. It's tormenting Professor Black.
His fame was not won by vanquishing foes in single combat, nor by slaying bloodthirsty dragons.
Revelio.
Rather in
This is a
training
centuries-old
yards and
I find that comforting.
I encourage everyone to make the way.
Professor Binns, I found the statue of Sir Athbuddle.
Ah, well done. Alas, Sir Athbuddle's affability was his undoing. Died instantly trying to befriend a basilisk. Eye contact is not always to be encouraged. So beloved was he that even some goblins mourned his passing. Of course, that did not bode well with the rest of the goblins. most of whom could not abide mourning the loss of a wizard.
Pity goblins and wizards can't get along.
True. But imagine how dull my lectures would be without goblin rebellions to discuss. History does tend to repeat. It is a series of patterns, a thought both comforting and disconcerting. The wise student, such as yourself, will learn from it.
Revelio.
History is written by those who do their schoolwork, so they say. Or at least, I like to say that.
Looks like we've all gone on another one of bin.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
I beg your pardon, but would you mind helping out an old woman?
You always look very smart.
Is everything all right?
Oh, bless you. Oh, thank you for asking. I'm Betty. Betty Bugbrook. And no, everything is not all right. It's my dear friend Hazel. She's in trouble.
Hazel?
Yes. Oh, she's a unicorn. Known her for years. She doesn't like to leave the forest, so I visit her once a week to brush out her mane and bring her some treats. Her coat is glorious. Well, the last time I saw her, we were violently attacked by a pack of wolves. Hazel, loyal friend that she is, leapt in front to protect me, and in the process, I fear she may have been injured.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I want to help her, but she seems to have gone into hiding. Out of fear, I'd imagine. I know you Hogwarts students learn a fair bit about caring for beasts. Perhaps you could find my unicorn friend and get her somewhere safe so that she can heal.
How did you become so close with the unicorn?
It was luck, truly. I came across her when she was a little golden foal. Didn't even have a horn yet. Oh, she trusted me straight away. We'd play together for hours. Oh, I do hope she'll be all right. Unicorn hair is a valuable wand core, and I suppose losing a hair or two mightn't hurt her. But I'm terrified those poachers will want her for her blood, to keep themselves alive. And that is more than I can bear to think of.
I'll keep an eye out for your unicorn friend and take her to safety if I see her.
Oh, you've a good soul. I can always tell. Please, don't risk your own safety, though. I don't know precisely where she is, but I can tell you that her den is north of Hogsmeade. And although I haven't been able to brush her lately, I imagine she still has the brightest, most beautiful coat of her entire herd. Remember, you'll know her by her brilliant coat. Oh, and be warned, she's a stubborn girl. She may need some convincing to come with you.
I need to look for a unicorn with a beautifully bright coat.
Off on another adventure, are we?
These rocks have seen better.
Revelio.
Come on, Hazel. Hazel must be here somewhere.
Ha ha! Time to see someone Levioso!
Revelio. Levioso.
This is almost too easy. I won't let that. Stupid. I don't like this. Back for more?
I can take Hazel back to Avaliable. I should let Madame Bugbrooke know she's safe.
You're a slippery little shrimp.
Revelio.
Iona Morgan was a good poacher.
Potato. Stupid.
Crucible.
Accio. Repulsor.
It isn't more a trip.
Levioso. Defendo. Arresto momentum.
The beasts around here can sleep a bit easier now. Hogsmeade, here I come. Madame Bugbrooke, I found your unicorn friend Hazel.
Oh, what a relief! Is she all right? Are you all right? Do you have a safe place for her to stay?
We're both fine. And I have a safe place for her at Hogwarts.
You've a kind heart, you do. I'm relieved and thankful that you'll take care of her. I shall miss my sweet pointy pony, but I know she's safer away from the poachers. Do give her a nice brushing for me, won't you? Take good care of Hazel now.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Revelio. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Crucio. Confringo. Bombardo. Descendo. Expelliarmus, Defender, Arresto and Levioso. Crucio. Confringo, Bombardo, Descendo. Expelliarmus, Defender, Arresto Momentum.
Expelliarmus! Confringo! Bombarder! Descender! Flipendo! Defender! Arresto Momentum! Levitator! Stupefy! Expelliarmus! Crucio! Confringo! Bombarder! Bombarder! Flipendo! Descender! Expelliarmus! Revelio!
Hey, for your information, I received...
Enjoy stealing hippogriffs, do you?
Confringo! How have you managed to cultivate? Incendio would appear. You're grossly unmatched.
I know you don't balk at the dark arts. I'll get that goblin helm back.
Confringo!
Hopefully by
Arresto
rubbing
Momentum!
your
Defender! Expelliarmus! Levioso! Crucio! Descender! Potato! Stupefy!
Running home!
Flipendo! Confringo! Bombarder! Expelliarmus! Levioso!
This isn't a fair fight! No.
It's shameful what you've done to helpless beasts.
Confringo!
Blockade. Hogwarts poachers are already here.
Confringo! Revelio!
Could the Phoenix be in there?
Confringo! Expelliarmus! Bombarder! Confringo! Descendo!
Blockade. Hogwarts poachers are already here.
Confringo!
Could the Phoenix be in there?
Descendo! Descendo! Defendo! Expelliarmus! Glacius! Confringo! Revelio! Confringo! Revelio!
I've not seen a trace. You don't think you can turn to what? No.
You've seen how much a single
Just how many wizards have you finished on?
Should have stayed at the castle.
Confringo! Roll, killer. Careful now. None of that petrific.
Confringo! Descendo! Forge your hand! Arresto Memento Findo!
Afraid to take a hit, are you?
Expelliarmus! Crucible! Recruits don't go down easy! What do you need me to do? Protego! Stupefy! Accio! Confringo! Confringo! Revelio! Confringo! Can fly, can't they? We're keeping people out. Pay attention. Best thing in the world, finding a Confringo! Descendo! Stupid Confringo!
Let's play Predator and Prey, shall we? Levioso!
Confringo! Descendo! Incendio! Protego! Stupefy!
Levioso!
Accio! Crucible! Debolso!
Affairs are in order.
Confringo! Descendo!
No more!
Bombardo! Defendo! Protego! See! Confringo! Arresto the Expelliarmus! Defendo! Levioso! Confringo! Descendo! Confringo! Flipendo! Revelio!
The Phoenix. It almost seems as if it wants me to follow it. I need to... Poachers do.
Confringo! Descendo! Bombarda! Flipendo! Expelliarmus! Aloha Mora! Revelio!
There it is again.
Confringo! Revelio! Confringo! Revelio! Confringo! Descendo! Flipendo! Accio! Depulso! Levioso! Arresto Momentum! Descendo!
Imperial. Crucible. Accio. Depulso. Protego. Levioso. Depulso. Levioso, Depulso, Revelio, Accio, Confringo, Descendo, Bombarda, Revelio.
Cursed fiends.
Well, it isn't a little hypocrite. You're not kidding.
Let's get this over with, shall we? Accio, Depulso, Descendo, Incendio, Defendo.
Would you like me to put you down?
Incendio! Incendio!
Levioso! Levioso!
Real quick,
How's the view?
Stick around like You'll have to fight eventually.
Levioso! Presumpto!
Defendo. Expelliarmus. Arresto momentum.
Avoiding our problem.
Levioso. Accio. Imperial. Depulso. Potato. Arresto momentum. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Levioso.
Levioso!
Defendo.
Would you like me to put you down? You'll feel that.
Descendo.
What just happened?
What have you done?
That was for High Wing. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio.
Hello. I'm here to help. I can take you somewhere safe. Let's get you back to the room. Deke's going to be pleased.
Did you find the Phoenix?
Yes, Deke. And I rescued it from the poachers. I have it here. It's safe.
Remarkable! Well, what are you waiting for? Deke cannot wait to... What a beauty. You keep it close. Professor Weasley and Deke were right to tell you about the Room of Requirement. Look at all you've done, and how many beasts you've rescued. A phoenix is safe now, because of you.
I couldn't have done it without your help, Deke. Thank you.
Deke is grateful for the kind words, and also grateful to have been of assistance to someone like yourself. Helping you do such good for so many beasts has given Deke a sense of peace Deke hasn't known in years. Deke will always be here for you when you need him.
Revelio. Revelio. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Revelio. 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 Revelio.
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Revelio.
Professor Howard will never believe this.
Revelio.
Everything's all right now. I'll look after you.
Revelio.
There. Not good. Settle yourself. I mean you no harm. Cowan will never believe this. Everything's all right now. I'll look after you. Not going to hurt you. Settle yourself. I mean you no harm.
beasts you have here.
Not sure how I'd fare in a little...
Revelio. Aloha Mora. Revelio.
Sebastian, a lost relic from a catacomb which requires a dark sacrifice.
I know how it sounds, but if this can help you, it's worth the risk.
Does Ominous know about this?
He helped find the scriptorium where we discovered Slytherin's spellbook.
Very well. If Ominous will be there, I'll meet you. We don't have much time. Solomon wants to leave Veldcroft.
What? Leave? Never mind. You need to stall him. Buy us time, Anne. Please.
I shall do my best. I'll be in touch.
Solomon can't take Anne from Feldcroft. Where would they go? When would I see her?
Revelio.
Sebastian.
Don't think I've forgotten about your goblin friend. I haven't. But I appreciate you setting our earlier discussion aside for now.
Of course.
I can't believe my uncle wants to leave Feldcroft. Anne's going to stall him. She must. We need time.
Time? For what?
I've learned more about the relic. I cross-referenced Slytherin's spellbook with everything in the library on relics and dark sacrifices. That's when I realized something. I believe the relic will only work inside the catacomb.
So we have to get Anne to the catacomb and then conduct a sacrifice. Seems risky.
It'll be worth the risk. Our biggest hurdle may be convincing Ominous. And we'll only give this a chance if he's on board.
And we have to keep all of this from your uncle. If he goes to the headmaster, we could be expelled.
Let me handle Ominous this time. As for my uncle, he's not an Auror anymore. What he doesn't know, well, won't hurt us.
Do you think your uncle would tell anyone at the ministry about all of this if he found out?
If he found out, I doubt he'd go to the ministry. He didn't part ways with them well, from what I understand. He won't say, but I believe his strong aversion to dark magic has something to do with his time there. Anne thinks he once decided to fight fire with fire, so to speak, and resorted to using an unforgivable curse and fight against dark wizards. At least that's what she thought she heard. When he realized what his job had led him to become, he left rather abruptly. So, I'm not sure he'd go to the ministry to report on his own family using dark magic now.
Good luck with Ominous. Until we meet again.
I shall let you know when the four of us should meet at the catacomb. Look for my owl. See you soon.
Revelio.
How nice to see you, my young
Revelio.
That sure helped. Thank you for making me the first object of your suspicions. I know who my friends are now, don't I? I wouldn't give a cup of my... Wait a moment. How nice of you to stop by. Firebarrels, what is a puff scheme?
Always the one who released Oaks. Been going to arrest a student from the town. You seem fond of dark magic.
Arrest them with a finger. Stupid boy. Expelliarmus.
How do you think you are? You are postponing, do you know?
Sneaky little student.
I won't rest.
Expelliarmus.
Dead.
That's the... You won't defeat us all! You've managed to thwart a lot of trolls for a student. This will not go well for you.
Arrest those momentum. Expelliarmus. Defender.
I will have my revenge.
Accio. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Flipendo.
Get up.
Confringo. Leviosa. Protego. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Flipendo. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Arresto Momentum. Levioso. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Flipendo. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Levioso. Confringo. Flipendo. Protego. Descendo. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Arresto Momentum. Crucio. Accio. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Revelio.
One less foul hulking brute.
Nothing pleasant about this coast.
I received your owl. Thank you.
I'm glad you came. I spotted droves of Ranrock's loyalists coming up from the coast. Overheard one of them say they're headed to another cavern, like the one we found. How are they still one step ahead of us? They can't know about the triptych.
I don't know. I did see another memory. This time it was a keeper named Neve Fitzgerald. She was unnerved by Isadora's use of ancient magic. But I still can't be sure how any of it connects to Ranrock.
These keepers are playing games with you. You need to press them for more information.
It doesn't work like that. To access each of these memories, I have to complete a trial. It's not as easy as you think. They're showing me the memories in a particular order.
Either they don't trust you, or you don't care enough about Anne to ask the difficult questions.
Of course I care, Sebastian. We've come this far. Don't let your frustration get the better of you.
Fine. I'll defer to your keeper friends. For now. But I don't like it.
We don't have a choice. Now, shall we see why the triptych led us here?
Let's go. quick,
Revelio.
Before we're spotted. Keep a close eye out. I saw some of Ranrock's crew moving off the path just ahead.
I wonder why.
Imagine. This mountain used to safeguard local hamlet valuables. But it's been abandoned since Ranrock left the coast.
Most goblins in my family were... Missed me!
Ringo!
Descend! Human! Rather unwise coming back this way. Do you think this is funny? How childish!
Confringo! Bombada! Flipendo! Expelliarmus! Defender! Arresto! Leviosa!
I will make you.
Revelio. All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work. Some consider them bad.
Not everyone does.
Revelio. I know that.
All right.
I'm making you smooth. I'm not going to trek up this mountain in silence.
Arresto momentum.
Wait, we should have some sort of plan.
Have you not run away? It's truly.
Confringo! Descendo!
I'm gonna be... Stop!
Let me down at once!
If only Ranrock were here to see this!
Let's get this over with. Rather unwise coming back this way.
Ranrock will lead us to victory!
Descendo! Confringo! Bombada! Confringo! Descendo! Flipendo! Revelio!
They got what they deserved.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking about dead goblins.
You could have got us killed.
But I didn't. Looks like Ranrock's loyalists were heading further up the path.
Let's keep going.
Ranrock's gonna make everyone pay.
Anything made from goblin silver belongs to us. Whether it's a sword or a repository, whatever that is.
Did you hear that, Goblin?
Ridiculous notions of ownership.
Not quiet enough.
Expelliarmus! Arresto momentum. Defender. Levioso. Confringo. Defender. Compulso.
Good. Nice work.
Revelio.
I agree. Only good wizards are dead wizard. Ranrock's got that right, and I'll be most keen to help him achieve his goals in that regard.
You are terribly outmatched. Surely you can see.
There you are. Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus. Defender. Levioso.
How childish!
Confringo. Bombarda.
Easily diverted.
Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Descendo. Confringo. Revelio.
This must be it.
Sebastian, wait.
Wait? For what? Why are you suddenly so cautious?
Listen to me. I know you're angry and frustrated, but charging ahead now could undo all the progress we've made. Lord Gok said...
Oh, your goblin friend?
Stop it. That's enough. Not all goblins are like Ranrock. I am not the enemy. We want the same thing. To find answers.
I thought we wanted the same thing.
We do. Listen to me. Lord Gok has insights into Ranrock that we don't. He told me that Ranrock somehow knows about the Keepers and is searching anywhere connected to each of them. That's why they always seem to be one step ahead. I know what I'm doing. You need to trust me, or I don't see that we can continue together.
Fine. Fine. I'm sorry. I'm letting my emotions get the better of me. And I have been for a while. I do trust you. And I don't think I can help Anne without you.
Good. Ranrock clearly knows more than we thought. We need to be careful and do this right, not just go charging in. We have our work cut out for us. We need to work together if we're going to find the final piece to the triptych.
Agreed.
Revelio. Revelio.
So far, so sharp.
Spiders. How fitting.
Confringo.
Confringo.
Descendo. Flipendo. Bombarda. Revelio. Confringo. Descendo. Bombarda. Flipendo. Expelliarmus. Arresto momentum. Defendo. Levioso.
Crucial.
That's perfect. Accio. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Flipendo. Confringo. Descendo. Flipendo. Glacius. Expelliarmus. Arresto momentum. Defendo.
Crucial.
Glacius. Confringo. Bombarda. Revelio.
We've rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better tonight.
These spiders are determined to make a meal of us.
I'm sure we taste better than a goblin dinner.
Confringo! Bombarda! Descendo! Revelio!
Staircase leading here. Whatever for?
I don't think anyone's been here for ages.
Confringo! Descendo! Bombarda! Rependo! Expelliarmus! Defendo! Arresto Levioso! Confringo! Descendo! Bombarda! Rependo! Revelio! Revelio!
Annoying little beasts, aren't they?
Confringo! Revelio! Confringo! Revelio!
Look at this place. Not really my style. A bit much, if you ask me.
Descendo! Confringo! Bombarda! Rependo! Expelliarmus! Arresto Momentum! Defendo! Levioso! Confringo! Descendo! Rependo! Crucio! That's better attention. Expelliarmus! Arresto Momentum! Defendo! Potato! Expelliarmus! Stupefy! Expelliarmus! Confringo! Bombarda! Flipendo! Descendo! Confringo! 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 Descendo! Bombarda! Flipendo! Expelliarmus! Arresto Momentum! Defendo! Confringo! Descendo! Potato! Stupefy! Glacius! Crucio! Expelliarmus! Revel!
Getting through the cavern can't have been the only challenge. Perhaps we should search for runes.
Glacius! Expelliarmus! Confringo! We've seen things like Revelio. Descendo! Confringo!
Can't put out to take
Revelio!